Year's to people that have had a Happy New Year's already. For everybody else, Happy soon-to-be New Year's. And today, we're going to be doing from the absolute very beginning of the mod of making an IndyCar body renovation thingy to this. Now, I didn't look this up because I didn't have the time to do it, and I was very unprepared for this stream because I'm shit. I don't know what the regulations are for this time, so I'm going to have to start looking that up on stream as well, which is usually a part of mod creation. That's what we're going to be doing. If you're wondering, by the way, it is 1:23 p.m. for me on the 1st here in Australia, so it's been New Year's for a while. And I've got to say, this year is fine. 2025, nothing particularly bad has happened to me yet, so I think we're doing well. Off to a great start. And nothing happening is a pretty good is a pretty good thing that can happen for a year, considering usually how bad it is. It looks like a whole bunch of people have already had their New Year's, so that's good. I'm assuming there's not many places left to have it, but I thought I would give all the nerds like myself that don't usually have a lot to do on New Year's something to do. A reason to stay awake. Just finishing editing a video, editing some fireworks photos. You know, so I don't usually do anything on New Year's, but I actually went to a friend's place last night, and they're moving out of their house soon, and they're like, oh yeah, you know what, we can see fireworks. So they're on like a little bit of a hill, it goes down, but then the Adelaide Hills are up and behind them, and they had never ever talked about how great the view is at night, and then we just got to see all like the little fireworks popping out of all of the little districts and whatnot, which is not usually something you get to see a lot of in Australia, especially South Australia, because it's summertime here, and South Australia is very dry. So fireworks would often set off massive amounts of bushfires, house-home fires, all that sort of stuff. Fireworks in Australia are very regulated because we are so dry, and it is incredibly dangerous. But it's been fairly wet and cool this year, so they went and allowed them again to run their fireworks. Individuals are not legally allowed to buy or sell fireworks, but with the advent of the internet and the defunding of all public sectors, including the filtering of things coming into the country, a lot of people are buying fireworks off of things like AliExpress and getting them into the country. So people still do it. Are still doing it. How's the 86? Slow as hell. I've got a script written up about how I think it's one of the most dishonest cars of all time. You got 3 more hours? You've got 6? Nice. That means you still have a little bit of 2024 to go. A year that's been marked with the anniversary, or maybe it's been 2 years, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the whole thing in Israel and whatnot happened in 2024. You're still living in that year. You're still living in the year where the election happened that Donald Trump got elected. What a year. Would you recommend an 86? So if it's the newer generation with a 2.2 liter? Is it, or a 2.4? I can't remember. That one, apparently, the engine is not that bad. If you ever want to go to a hardware store and buy anything bigger than, say, like this sort of size, don't get an 86. Or any sort of shopping. If you got something that's bigger than this, it's not going to be able to fit into the aperture of the boot, and the cabin portal entryway area is so small that you're not going to fit it into the main cabin compartment on like the passenger seat. Rear seats are non-existent, so be sure that you never have more than one friend. Or if you have a girlfriend, make sure that you never go anywhere with friends that might be drinking and they may need a lift home because they're not getting in the back seats. You may as well at that point save a buttload of money, and, yeah, the GR86, and get a faster car. Get a used car that's faster. Get the, G35? Yeah. Hideous as all hell. One of the ugliest cars to have ever been made. Like, there are uglier, yes. Trust me, there are uglier. But this is one of the ugliest cars of all time. But because of that, it's cheap and not slow. This has a 350Z engine in it, and you can get the G37, I think it is. Like, these were not actually made to come into Australia. Yeah, see, even uglier, and this has the 370 engine, but they're so cheap. The G35 is beautiful. No. I'm talking about this car. The G35. I don't know what G35 you're thinking of. Are you thinking of maybe a Mercedes, like a C35? I don't know what that is. I don't follow Mercedes either. But this is the car I'm talking about. I don't want to offend anybody. But yeah, this is like one of the ugliest cars of all time. The same with the G37. It's a fairly universally known fact. Sounds like a trumpet? I don't know. The fact that G35 in Brazil is so infuriating for me, it looks good. Really? That is weird. 2 people have mixed it up with another car. One has passed me, and it does sound like a trumpet. Oh, okay, so we're saying that the Nissan, or Infinity, whatever thingy, sounds like a trumpet? Yeah, I will admit that they don't sound very good. But then again, boxes don't particularly sound very good. They sound unique, but not good. Whereas the G35 with the not the shitty engine, but like the better engine, I will admit, it is one of the more boring engine sounds out there. And on a sports car, that's pretty shit. A sports car should have a lot of like theater behind it. And that sound is not very theatrical. It's very middle of the road. All Infinities are good looking? Okay, maybe you're thinking... Okay, so I'm thinking of like the American rebadge kind of thing of Nissan. I don't know if there's maybe another company out there. Oh, it's spelled with an I? Weird. Yeah, like, this is hideous. 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 Weird. Kinda cool, but kinda ugly. Hideous. Hideous. Actually, I kinda like that one. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say that I like that one. What else we got in here? Fugly. One of the ugliest cars of all time. Also one of the ugliest cars of all time. Yeah, that's pretty ugly. So just to make sure that you guys are not thinking of like a different brand, I'm showing you the actual cars that I'm talking about. Like this. Horrendous. Let me show you the back end of these cars as well. Like, that is so horrid to look at. And instead of getting a Toyota 86, I almost considered getting one of these. But I looked at body kits, I looked at wide bodying them, I looked at slamming them, even stancing them to see if there was anything that could be done to make them not look like that. And there's just nothing that could be done, so I didn't get one, unfortunately. Because I feel that they are so much better in other ways than the original Toyota and Subaru BRZ 86 thing. The ZN6 or NZ6, I can't remember. Forgot about the Multipla? No, I didn't say the ugliest car of all time. I said... like one of the ugly, like some of the ugliest cars of all time. The Multipla, the Nissan Juke. There's plenty of uglier cars. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, just in case people don't know the Multipla, that is pretty horrific. Now, is this the ugliest car in the world? No, there is actually uglier. But this is pretty bad. That is weird. And I kinda love it. If only it had more than like a 133p resolution sort of looking thing. Oh my. What even am I looking at here? I hate Instagram so much. Instagram is the worst website in the fucking world. Why are they so infuriating? Oh my god, why is it so small? Oh my god, fuck you, Instagram. Instagram sucks. I swear to God. The module was built for purpose? Yeah, no, sure. But they didn't need to make it ugly. Like, there are many cars that are fit for purpose that are not, like, actually offensive to look at. And this is on that scale of offensive to look at. Now, what was the other one? The Nissan Juke. I will say, I feel like the new and the old one. Where's the old one? Yeah, here we go. This is a bit of like a Vegemite, Marmite, the Japanese have natto, like one of those sorts of things where it's either you like it or you don't, and there's not really much of a gray area. I don't like SUVs, but for some reason, I kind of like it, and I really, really like the newer version, and I don't know why, because I hate SUVs. I think it's because it just kind of looks... I wouldn't say it looks good. I would say that it looks funky. And I like unique and interesting and funky. Unpopular opinion, but the Juke doesn't even look that bad. Yeah, I kind of get that. Would I say it's a good-looking car? No. Like, if you get it from the wrong angle, it's pretty horrific. Like, that angle right there in that color, that's pretty bad. Now, I will admit that I wasn't particularly doing a lot of car stuff at the time when I first saw a real Nissan Juke in real life, in the flesh, and it was in this, like, bright yellow, and it looks a lot better in real life than what it does in pictures. It's one of those sorts of things. There is this whole thing in marketing for cars and whatnot, where you can make a car look good for 2D, or you can make a car look good for viewing in real life, but trying to match that and get the in-between where they both look good, like it looks good in both, sorry. It's quite a tricky hit-or-miss sort of thing to do. Unfortunately, the Nissan Juke is kind of a little bit more in the looks better in real life, in my opinion at least. But it's also kind of like the black and gold dress kind of thing. Fuck. Yeah, remember this? The white and gold and the blue and... Oh, I can't... Here we go. There we go. The blue and black. For me, it looked like white and gold, I will say. It's kind of like that sort of thing where for some people it's different, and then there's also just straight up subjective. Some people just don't like certain things. Kind of like how an example of objective is this is objectively an ugly car. Which as opposed to subjective, which is from people's point of view, objective being based in fact. Black and blue, it always has been. Yeah, no, that's fine. Like, I get it. My eyes could only see that as white and gold. My brain did not work that way. The Dress Wikipedia. That's funny. It's just called The Dress. 2015. Holy shit. I didn't realize it was that long ago. Holy cow. I was thinking maybe 2018. Damn. Did anybody just feel a little bit older by realizing that? Or is it just me? You just hit the New Year's there, Blackbirds? SR71? Hey, Phil, look at the Fiat Mariah, the rear end of the sedan, something or that, whatever. You know, just quickly grab that. Let's give that a look. Yeah, that's pretty woeful. The back end? Can you just give me a not tiny picture, please? God fucking damn it! Okay. That's weird. Okay, so, one, it's not good looking. We can probably all unanimously agree on that. But why is there like a pinch body line here? And going the wrong direction. Then when we got this one, there's no matching of body lines. You know what this looks like? Like somebody in the first hour of using automation back in the day. I don't know if new people are picking up automation with how complicated it is these days. But like this, that looks like somebody went with a body and then they went, I don't have a tail light that fits. So they put that on there thinking, yeah, I'm a car designer. I'm really good at this. That is does not fit at all. It does not fit any of the body lines or design language. What is going on? Like, okay, so it's not hideous, but it just, nothing works here. I live in Germany. A New Year was like 4 hours ago. For me, it was like nearly 14 hours ago. Automation first time user, yeah. Blackbird gets it. That was legit me when I started. Yeah, everyone gets it. At least here, everyone gets it. Did you have to learn Lua for Beam and G modding? No, but it allows you to do weirder things. Fiats of the late 90s were weird. Yeah, we never really got Fiat in Australia, so I don't know a lot of this sort of stuff. I put square taillights on a sports car. Yeah. It looks like a car you'd see driving around in Just Cause or Open World. Yeah, or an Open World. Yeah, it looks like generic car number 53. Like in Grand Theft Auto, they have just like some of the really offensively boring cars that you just don't want to drive. That's kind of like what that would be. The Fiat Palio. Is that like the paleo diet? So the front end, very weird. So, wait. Once again, we've run into the problem of design language. The Italians, aren't they meant to be like really artsy people that like care about a lot of art? So we got like a smooth, sweeping body. Now, I hate that look, but it was very popular in the 90s, and it was just the sort of thing. Like we had the 1998 Commodore. At the time, this was the Holden Commodore, and I hated it. I thought it was just a blob of a car. It's kind of grown on me over time, kind of like the Ford AU Falcon, which was very different, but also equally ugly. But I thought this one looked better than the thing. In the sports, like a bumper sort of thing, it looked a little bit better. Side skirts and all that sort of stuff. I just didn't like it. But this is also like that sort of blobbish design. But then on the front end, we get some angles going on, much sharper than, say, like the window corners, door handles, tail lights, anything. Nothing is this sort of angled. And then we got this, like, incredibly pinched body line that matches nothing at all, even slightly. That is a weird choice. It matches nothing at all. I can't. 2005 Chrysler Town & Country. Now, Chrysler's a bit of a weird one. We would occasionally get some Chryslers coming to Australia. They used to be, Valiant. Would I say this is ugly? No. Would I say it's dull and boring in a minivan? Yeah. I'm not a big minivan person. The only minivan I think I liked was probably like the Toyota something or other. Oh, that's hideous. I hate it. What did I do to you? Why are you so offensive? Hold on. I need to do a poll for this one. Is this just a me thing? A poll. Toyota hideous. I don't know how to spell hideous. Whatever. Oh, wait, no, I can spell check it. Good. Yep, there. Great. Yes, no, start poll. Oh, I forgot to put in the no opinion thing, didn't I? Oh, well. I think you'll have it bad every morning. I have to see my neighbor drive a PT Cruiser. You know, I've kind of come around on the PT Cruiser a little bit in more recent times, and I appreciate the fact that they tried something unique, which is becoming either a worse option like this or a non-existent sort of thing. I need to check something. I got a DM, and I hate the notification thing popping up there. All right, let's go ahead and block that person for pinging me. Great. All right. Back again. I used to hate it. I remember looking at it going, they've tried to do something unique while sticking with like the blobbish design language of the time, and they ended up mashing it together, like just rubbing somebody's face in the dirt sort of thing and going, you've done it wrong. When did this come out? 2001? Yeah. So this would have been like the end of the blobbish era, which means it would have been designed in the 90s. And I always come back and look at this and think, they could have made it look better. Is there like a PT Cruiser widebody kit? Oh, nope, that was... Ugh! What is that? Anyway. No, that is horrific. See, the reason why I think it came around to it is there's another car, the Plymouth Prowler. Me dyslexic. Now, this never came to Australia. But I remember seeing it in car magazines around that sort of time. I think I saw the concept of it, and then I saw like the final version of it. But because it never came to the road or anything like that, I always thought that it was only ever a prototype car, not actually a real car. So I didn't know that it came out. And then recently, in the last couple of years, I saw a few YouTubers talk about it, including Hoovie's Garage did a thing on it, and I went, holy shit, they actually made that. And that's why I thought the PT Cruiser, because Chrysler was not really a thing here at the time, Plymouth is only American, I thought that the Plymouth Cruiser was the prototype that made the PT Cruiser. You can see how I came to that sort of thought process, because usually they'd make like a really funky, outlandish concept car, and then they would make just the shittiest, ugly, bland, I tried to make a car that would sell the highest volume possible, and that is my only job sort of result. Oh, hold the phone. That's fucking cool. Can we please make the image bigger? Okay, no, fuck you. Okay, so 88% of people think that Toyota was ugly. Let's go ahead and create a new one. Am I wrong in thinking that this actually is something you would drive? So, start poll. Would you proudly own and drive this car? That's how you spell proudly? Okay. Yes, no, not sure, no opinion. Okay. Start poll. Very Hot Wheels for sure. Check out the concept for the PT Cruiser. I'll have a look in a bit. Please look at the Nissan Cube. I love the Nissan Cube, by the way. P-Truck Cruiser. Nice. Hell nah. Okay, we're at about 43% on yes, 35% on no, not sure is about 22. So there's a lot of like for this more than the PT Cruiser, but there's also a lot of people that are just looking at it going, I don't know, this is giving me very weird feelings right now. So one of the things I think is, I've just realized is it's got this body line that goes all the way around the body. That the normal PT Cruiser... Oh, fuck you with the fucking shrunken images. Yeah, a lot of them don't have this... Oh, no, they do have the body line. Let's open up the Wikipedia again. Do they all have that or all not have that? No, they have that body line. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's Australian! Fuck. Oh, I was about to say, who's the idiot that came up with that police car? And I realized it's Australian, so it's us. Wait, sponsored by Crisco? What the hell? How's a police car sponsored by a company? And also a company that doesn't... Company that doesn't operate in Australia, like Crisco. Or do they? I don't know. I've never seen them in Australia. Police PT genius? I know, it seems like a terrible idea, because aren't they like econo cars? It was better when the... Cyber dumpster? Better than the most advanced car in Australia. I don't know about that. Isn't the D-Series based on the Ford F-150? I don't know. Australian cars are done. Like, there's no more Australian cars. The PT Cruiser was just a neon with a different chassis. Well, no, that's a very common thing to do. People want a different car. People want different cars, so they make different cars. But why change the chassis out if it has like the same wheelbase, same width, save money on crash design, all that sort of stuff? I feel that police car, let's go back to the shame of Australia, that this is probably a part of an event. Because there is no way that the government would allow a car to be sponsored by a company. So I feel that this was a company that went, hey, police, can we do this thing with you? And then they faked it out to be a police car, and the police allowed it and stuff like that. Like, it has no light bar. I see no flashy lights in the back. Maybe there's something, I'm not sure. So maybe they're not breaking the law, at least by having flashing lights. I don't know. I feel that this is not an actual police car. A community public relations vehicle. So I feel that, yeah, probably not made by the police itself. Oh, the Woody. I forgot that there was a Woody version of this. I saw this once. Anyway, somebody said look at the PT Cruiser concept car. Oh. That's weird, but I like it. Anyway, let's end the poll there. It's fairly split on yes, no, and I don't know. So, this... Oh. So, bad front end. But I love the, like, brushed aluminium, woody sort of thing. That's kind of cool. I don't like the square roof, which would probably be terrible for trying to get that drag coefficient down. But that's pretty... A concept for the PT Cruiser. Oh, somebody thought the same thing. I thought it was just a concept for the PT Cruiser. I had no idea the Prowler was actually built. Yeah. So here in Australia, we didn't know this was actually... What the fuck is that? For a 2024 PT Cruiser? Now, I know that this is just AI generated, because... No, maybe this is a 3D model. Because it's not completely broken. There's just some oddities. No, I think that is AI. But this, on the other hand, it's almost a really cool-looking car. I like that. Freaking Roblox-looking car. AI Rolls. Yeah, I kind of thought the same thing. Rolls-Royce be like. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like a PT Cruiser, considering that the PT Cruiser did not have a split down the middle or anything. In fact, this looks nothing like a PT Cruiser. Not even a Roblox car? The concept looks like a Gillette Vertigo. Let's have a look. I could have sworn this was a different car. I remember playing with this car in... No, I'm thinking of a different car. This looks very much like a car that I played in a Le Mans 24-hour game from like early mid-2000s time. I can't remember what it was called. It might have just been called Le Mans 24 Hours. This, on the other hand, is interesting and ugly at the same... Oh, no. That, from that angle, I think is pretty ugly. What else we got in here? No, there's a lot of mismatching design language here with like sharp angles, rounded angles, weird body lines that don't really fit the Coke bottle aesthetic. But I saw this one. From this angle, it looks pretty good. If that hood like raised up a lot more and had more of an arch to it, if this body line pinched more here as opposed to swooping in the middle, that might look pretty cool. That is fugly. That is an ugly car. I feel like Donkey when he's like, that is a nice boulder. I feel like going, that is an ugly car. Oh, the fenders turn with it as well. I love it when fenders turn with the wheels for some reason. This looks a little bit like that Aston Martin car that had come out recently. I like that front end. Can we get better pictures of this? I like the Prowler. I think the Prowler's a cool car. Except for the fact that it's automatic and a V6. I think that was a horrible decision. Oh, I hate these, like, flip-through images as opposed to scrolling. I hate those websites. Why did I think that was a good idea? It's a whole rabbit hole with Gillette, so no one actually knows anything about them. Yeah, they're a bit of a weird company. I do know about them, but I also tend to confuse them with Ginetta. I fucked it up. Ginetta's like another one of those small production output British car companies. PT cruise ship. The Prowler is a good car, but you don't like the G35? Well, the thing about the Prowler is trying to be interesting and unique. The G35 is just trying to not be offensive, but somehow ended up making the most offensively bland and ugly cars. Ugly because of its blandness and lack of characteristics at all. A V8 would be a nice engine in the Prowler. Yeah! Now, I know that they would have to make the car differently. Maybe just extend the front framework to, like, bring the pinch a little bit further forward so you could fit a V8 in there. Apparently, you can fit a V8 in there. But fitting a thing that looks like a hot rod, and that's what they were going for, with a V6? That was just a dumb idea. Isuzu Impulse RS. You know, I actually thought about making this stream just a, hey, let's look at cars sort of thing. But then I changed my mind. And I think I shouldn't have, because I just like sitting down and looking at cars. I have never seen this before. What does this look like? It looks like something. Like, not the front end, but like back here. Looks like something. I think Mazda RX-7? And then, like, the kind of overall shape, a little bit of 037 sort of look. Mazda 262. No. No. Am I thinking the 037 maybe? Fucking small images. God damn it! A little bit? Mixed with a little bit of Mazda RX-7? RX-3? No. It looks cool, but feels like the Pontiac Fiero rear end. That might be it. You know, I'm also going to go out there and say that the Pontiac Fiero never came to Australia, but I actually like it. So there have been imports over the years. I actually kind of like the Fiero. Now, I know that they nerfed it deliberately, so then it wasn't going to butcher their Corvette sales and stuff like that. But still, I think it's pretty cool. The idea behind it, I think I love part spin special cars. And if you've been around here long enough, you know I love part spin special cars. And that includes things like the MGF that I have. It was underpowered? Yeah, I know. Isuzu. My parents have a Isuzu KB25. Wait, there was a Joe Cab? Is there a Wikipedia? Okay, good. There's a Wikipedia. Okay, good. Okay, we could... Really? That is the picture? Fuck. Ah, damn it, I closed off the tab. Is there one with a tray? Because my parents don't have the body end. So my parents have one of these. It's in white and has a tray instead of like the body tub. Chevy Love? Yeah, I have heard that it was a Chevy Love. I just couldn't remember what it was called. Why are we looking at weird cars? Because you know what? I like it. You know, I'm going to change the name of the stream. I'm not going to change the thumbnail because I can't be bothered. Just looking... Caps lock is on. Just looking at weird cars. Show me your weird cars. Ignore thumbnail. Saved. Okay. So yeah, my parents had this. Now, this was a bit of a weird one here in Australia because before this we had the Kingswood Ute. So we had this thing. Now, it came in like sports variations and whatnot, as you can see here. This one was a fairly coveted car for quite a while, and now is just phenomenally out of everyone's price range, except for venture capitalist investors, sort of douchebags. Yeah, so these were the common ute at the time for Holden. But then this one came to an end. I can't remember. There was a particular reason why they had to end it very quickly. Holden also at the time had a very quick turnover of car models for some fucking weird reason. And there was unfortunately a gap of a couple of years where they weren't going to be able to bring out the next Commodore Ute sort of thing. So they went to Isuzu, and for 2 years they sold this car in Australia, and it flopped in sales because it was a 4-cylinder, it was seen as Jap crap. It was not loved at the time. Looks like an El Camino? Sure. Okay. Mazda Roadmaster? That's a Kingswood. Weird. Hey, Phil, maybe you could look at the 2004 Jeep Cherokee Limited? Specifically, the 4-door sporty utility van with an inline 6 4-liter. That is dull. Like, I would drive past this, and the only takeaway I would have is fucking a soccer mum in an SUV. This is so incredibly uninteresting. Kingswood with the rotary. Wait, no. Are you lying? This didn't have a rotary in it, did it? Is this good? It's only the one thing. It had a 13B Wankel rotary? This thing was really fucking heavy! No way! You've got to be kidding me. Curb weight, 1,500 kilos with a 13B? Oh my god! That's horrible! Oh my god! No fucking way! Okay, so let's be fair. This was like it didn't come with a great engine in it to start with. Can we have a look at the straight 6? So apparently it came with a 2.8. So that is the most gutless version. Do we have horsepower? So a lot less power. And up to 161 Newton meters. And it has... So it had more power and torque than the smallest. Okay, fair enough. If we then go to the normal i6, the 202... Oh, is this the same thing? What? Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Was I? 2.8. No, it had more torque. Okay, there we go. So you do need torque in a heavier car. That is just a thing. And then a 3.3? Yeah, 3.3. So this is the other option. Same power, but a hell of a lot more torque. Good, okay. Clarified that one. Did this ever come out? This is a full-size sedan that was manufactured by Mazda in Japan between... So it was actually made. Although the last car was not sold until 1979, it was based on Australian history. Although the last car was not sold until 79. Okay, so it took 2 years to sell the car. Damn. Premios were shipped to Japan without engines or transmissions, and Mazda fitted a 1.3-liter B. It was the first Japanese car to meet 1975 emissions. How? The rotors were horrifically bad. The first large Japanese car to meet emission standards. That is hilarious. Oh my god. Although that was a short-lived distinction because Nissan president? Weird. Followed suit a month later and the engine was revised. Standards which time the AP the engine was revised to meet 1976 emission standards, at which time the car gained anti-pollution moniker. It's not a thing anymore for rotaries. The Roadpacer has the distinction of being the only General Motors product ever fitted for production with a rotary engine. That is weird. At a peaky 4,000 RPM. Spicy. Get that peaky 4,000 RPM. Meaning Roadpacer performed rather poorly as it weighed 1,500 kilos. The Roadpacer was introduced to compete with the large Japanese Flash. What is that? Wait. Is that a Cadillac or something? No, that's a Holden Statesman. Isuzu Statesman DeVille and the Mitsubishi something, I don't know what that is. The Roadpacer's platform was the shorter version of the Isuzu Statesman DeVille. Oh, okay. Sorry, that teared me up. Just like peaky parent 4,000, meaning it performed rather poorly. Negotiations in 1970 to completion with holders agreed shortly before Mazda entered into an engineering partnership with Ford. Great. Oh, this material is before the Roadpacer was able to go on sale, but need not impact the car's introduction. Okay. The 13-bar produced less power than the Red Series, and motors powered in the equivalent Holdens, significantly less torque. Yeah, no shit, it's a rotary. Meaning performance was restrained with 165 kilometer an hour top speed, 100 miles per hour in the 70s. That's not bad for a medium to small car, but this was a large car. You would expect good power. You know, I need to look. Is there a video of this? I know this is going to get me demonetized or, like, things stolen. I need to see if there's, like, an engine sound to this.
You're looking at pace, but just got a very, very cool.
Damn it. Is this going to have the engine running? No, it's just looking at... There's just a lot of these not actually working. This is just kind of pictures. Great, somebody made a collage. Thank you. Wait, apparently I've watched this one already. How did I not know this? Maybe I just thought the video was shit. It might be a one of those AI-generated pieces of shit. Is this also just slideshow? Yep. Damn. Oh, well. Damn it. Butcher's 50 horsepower Owler is better? Sure. This is one of my favorite things of all time. Was it Mazda what? Roadpacer. Damn it. damn it. Not in the entire country. That is unfortunate. Yeah, there's lots of amphibious cars. The Eagle Premier was also one of the last designs from American Motors before they were sold. I don't know what American Motors is. Let's close off a bunch of these tabs. We don't need so many open. The Eagle Premier. That's a dull car. It's just some car that is very dull. I mean, in a luxury trim, and it at least looks like it could be competitive with like a Toyota Crown, maybe? What is this badge? Eagle. Oh, weird. Oh, we are looking at Eagle. I thought that was like a sub-brand, like a badge name, not a car name. Is Eagle... I've never heard of Eagle before, have I? Dodge! I think that this like side paneling is very retro and is aged kind of well. The rest of it is weird. What is Eagle? American Motor Corporation. AMC I have heard of. And Eagle is a sub-brand of Chrysler. Is that a Mitsubishi Eclipse thingy? I don't know. We never got them in Australia. That looks like the predecessor to the Fiat Multipla. All right, that's all the cars. All right. Hey, Phil, man, look at the... whatever that is. The Gurgel? Let's have a look. You know what? I've seen this one before. This one went kind of famous for a little bit. This I had not seen. That is a weird car. It's kind of funky and cool, but also just, yeah, it's an ugly car. That's a weird one. What the hell? What the hell? What was this company? The weirdest car company you've never heard of. Yes. Hold on. I need to do a little bit of a dive into here. Can we please go to what this company is? Okay. I could... Gurgel Motors, pronounced... Yes. Yep, that makes it easier. Was a Brazilian automobile manufacturer named after its founder. The company was founded in 1969. First specialized in buggies and off-road vehicles. Early were fiberglass installed Volkswagen Beetles. Fair enough. Volkswagen seemed to be very popular around there in that sort of time. But VW bodies and chassis were later replaced with unique solutions made for what? Oh, plasteel is a thing. A blend of plastic and steel? What? But VW bodies and chassis were later replaced by a unique solution made of plasteel, which consists of fiberglass steel joined a system... Oh. Ryzen growth, 1969 to 70. Funny numbers. First car company... was the first car produced by introduced the market. What's this? Doesn't exist. Next model was that. Also doesn't exist. Using plasteel, blah, 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 deforming. So this thing was Pioneer Project. It just looks like they tried to fit a budget market. Can I look at the G15? I want to know what, like, this military stuff is. Was it actually military? A pickup with a number of different body types, a few units produced. The G15 was longer wheelbase, but other... Weird. Were they trying to market to military, but just couldn't get there? Look at this paint seam line. So they've got like a unibody design, but they've tried to make it look like it has separate bumpers, so then like it could be easily replaced, or like just trying to fit into... Why is this image taking so long? Do I have dial-up? Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Inspect. Can I... Do I get to see... How is it only 7.8... Wait, hold on. Oh, fuck you. Oh, no, no, no. There we go. Yeah, it's only 4K. Why did it take so long? 5K. That was weird. Anyway. But the bumper is actually just a part of the unibody, and then they like try to batch a paint on a poorly formed fiberglass sort of thing. So this is the sort of thing that you see on like really cheap and nasty stuff. Wait. This was meant to have like proper headlights, but at some point they replaced it with that. Ugh. So the reasons why you struggle with these like filled in air, I think this might have been like fixed and repaired a million times, but even still, getting fiberglass to have like indentation lines is really, really hard when you try to release it and try to form it and all that sort of stuff. So generally you don't do it. This would have been easier for them to produce if they had of made the bumper a separate part. They could have even gone with like a vacuum form or just a high-pressure injection molding to make a bumper separate. That way, also, if you hit the bumper, it would deform separately and can be replaced. This is just shit. That was a terrible idea. Why does the bumper look like a brick? They were going for like a brutalist aesthetic. If you don't know what brutalist aesthetic is. Yeah, so like your brutalism sort of designs. Usually concrete, very rudimentary shapes. I personally really like brutalism. It is probably one of my favorite things. That's just a pillbox. I don't know why I like brutalism, I just do. Hey, Phil, look at the 2006... is that just another minivan? I'm disinterested in minivans unless they're like really... Yeah, no, that's so boring. Check out the saddest 90s concept Dodge Chargers wheel. Okay. 90s concept Dodge Charger. Let's have a quick look. Oh, right! I have seen this. And it does look really ugly. It just... So, like... If you have a look at it from this angle, that is a disproportionate and ugly car. Now, if we have a look at the, like, 2010 Dodge Charger, you could see that it's still kind of ugly. Wait, that's not the one I'm thinking of. 2016? Yeah, here we go. This looks kind of ugly. Like, it's got that weird dent on the side that matches nothing. Why is it not further forwards? Why is it, like, it just doesn't fit where it is. Now, the rest of the car is kind of fine. It's a little bit of an car sort of situation that looks a bit muscly. If you ever played Gran Turismo and you see cars that look, wow, that's a very generic looking sports car sort of thing, that's kind of what that is. But this line is in the middle of no man's land. It just doesn't work. You know what? Because I never hear anybody else talking about this, I want to get your guys' opinion. Start poll. Is side dent in the wrong place? Yes, no, no opinion. The dent tries to look like a 60s Charger. Yeah. So, 1960s Dodge Charger. Like, that follows a body line, at least. And there is vents in there. I am noticing, yeah, I also think that might be slightly in the wrong place. And this back haunch doesn't come up high enough, in my opinion. Good, so it's not just me. Because nobody... Okay, so 67% say yes, 10% say no, and 24% say no opinion. Nobody ever... I've never seen anybody in the world say that this indentation is in the wrong place. And I'm glad now that we're seeing this, that I'm not alone. I always thought that everyone seems to love the Dodge Charger. Maybe I shouldn't bring it up because people will be really offended by this. But I just had enough. The car's old enough now. It's had its age. Like, it's starting to age out a little bit. If you have a look here, that is an unflattering angle, but I think it just emphasizes how it's in a weird place. We're going to go quite a few votes in here. And I like the fact that I'm not alone. That side indentation could have been good, but was in the wrong place. Because supercharger noises, what? Your dad and you think it's weird as well? Okay, cool. Can I look at the Aston Martin Signet? I think I've seen that one before. And I think I had strong feelings. Oh, right, that's what it is. So, what was this, a Toyota Igo or IQ or something like that? I don't know. A car that never really came to Australia. I'm guessing everybody knows the story as to why this car exists, but what it was is... the European Union had created a fleet emission standard sort of thing, and that meant that, weirdly, it brought down everyone's emissions in general. If you wanted to create, like, a sports car for your car company, it was fine, but you'd also have to try equally as hard to sell your fuel-efficient economy cars, so then it kind of balances out, as opposed to punishing people that wanted a more powerful car because they liked cars. And that was good if you didn't think very hard. And that's generally the whole gist of everything that the European Union does very hard. The Toyota IQ? Okay, yeah. So, rushed through, which is great. They actually get things done in the European Union, which is more that can be said for most of the rest of the world, like Australia and America, where you do really need to make drastic change. Regulations need to happen to stop people from having, say, for instance, a cost of living crisis, which is happening in Australia and America. But yeah, no, they tend to not really think things through very well. And then, because sports car companies like Ferrari and Aston Martin were making these only sports cars. That was the only niche. But they were also a small company. They didn't sell as many as your Volkswagen Vag company cars, which is so dull and boring in comparison. So, like, they were low production, and I do understand that they probably should have been somewhat exempt, but they suddenly had to go, holy shit. So they needed to not only just created a low emission standard car, they needed to go incredibly low emissions. And then they went to, like, one of the lowest emission cars of all time, which at the time was Toyota with their IQ, and they said, hey, can we do this? Now, this was a terrible, terrible decision, because just slapping a badge on a Toyota would have been insulting to the audience. You know, I'm going to end this poll right now. So it ended on 64% saying yes for that body dentation being wrong. Yeah, it would have been insulting, and people would have felt probably lesser or thought lesser of Aston Martin if all they'd done was a rebadge. And I fully understand that they didn't want to be known as one of those cheap-ass companies like your GM World Cars, where all they would do is just slap another badge on it, maybe a little bit of a facelift, like they did with Holden way up until 2006, I think. So they wanted to actually make it unique, and they put a leather interior in it, and they made it just a more premium experience. The problem is now you're paying like 3 times as much for an Econo car. You buy an Econo car because it's cheap. So this car fit no market and didn't sell. The Ferrari Modulo, is that the 80s Ferrari, or are we talking like the Ferrari's version of the cheap thing? Oh, I love this car a lot, by the way. I love this thing. It is so weird. I love the wheels going through the arches. Now, I don't like Ferrari as a company, but they have sometimes created some really, really interesting cars. Now, is this thing weird looking if you look at it from like the top down? Yeah, it suddenly looks very peculiar. There we go. That's the image I'm thinking of. That is a weird car, but I still like it. Am I alone in this? Do people think this is ugly? Because like I kind of would get if you would think it's ugly, but I don't think it's ugly. I think it's just really, really out there and cool because of how out there is. So out there. Is this car I'm going to say good looking. I was going to say cool, but I think good looking. Because I think it's good looking. But I think there's a lot of factors that go into that. No opinion. I need an adult, maybe. Star poll. Blade Runner? Yeah, very Blade Runner-esque. Like 70s, 80s idea of what they thought the future would be. Looks interesting but not ugly? Okay. Cyberpunk? Yeah. I think if you put this into Cyberpunk, it wouldn't look that out of place. Though the headlights are pop-ups, right? No? Okay, they do stay flat. For some reason, I thought they were pop-ups. Alright, apparently I was wrong on that one. Oh, I love the clamshell opening as well. I love quirky things like this. Hey, fam, please check out the Proton Satria 98. I want to see mine again after it burned in a paddock. Oh, that's unfortunate. So Proton came to Australia. They were like a small company that tried to make it. Oh yeah, these little things. What were they? Tuned by Lotus, I think was the thing about the GTI was tuned by Lotus. So this was actually for a short while a very popular car, but I never see them anymore. They must have been really low quality or something because I have not seen one in a good 15, 20 years. Whom pop-ups would make it more appealing? Sure. So let's go ahead and end the poll quickly so we can move on from that Ferrari, because I don't like Ferrari. 60% say yes, it's good looking, and then it's tied on no opinion. Oh, okay. A little bit more of no opinion. Looks like a troller, especially the troller that. All right, let's have a look at what this troller thing is, because I've seen you post troller a few times. Not a thing. All right. Some weird Toyota that didn't come to Australia, like the Hilux Champ. Okay, so we did get the Hilux in Australia. What's the Hilux Champ? Oh, you know what? I think I saw this in a video once. I think the reason why it probably wouldn't have done particularly well in Australia is that it looks like it's meant to be front-wheel drive. Is that correct? It's sold from the 23 onwards. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have seen this. Where is layout? Front engine, rear-wheel drive. Oh, no, it is rear-wheel drive. Okay. Weird. It feels like they probably should have just made it a van. I'm torn on whether I'd like this or not. I think what the problem is it looks too front heavy. Looks really cool. If it wasn't so weird and front heavy, I'd probably actually really like this. Okay, that fixes the front heavy look. And though I don't like RVs particularly for any reason, kind of like that. Rear-wheel drive, and it is a utility more than commercial. So not actually a commercial vehicle? Weird. I know this isn't a car, but look at the 3-ton tank? It just looks like an early version of a tank. Kind of cool. Tracks are too narrow, so that would have been a problem. Would have, like, nice and easily cut into the soft mud and then been like, oh, shit. Sure. Drift truck? Looks like a cyberpunk. Yeah, okay, so the Toyota did look a little bit cyberpunky. Yeah, I get that. Ram Power Wagon concept. All right, let's have a look at that. Damn it. What is that meant to be, like a PT Cruiser but in truck form? Weird. I don't know how to feel about that. Okay, here we go. Yeah, nah. Or is this what you meant, the new one? Looks like some American truck trying to look powerful. I don't know. If it doesn't have a V10 in it, then it's probably underpowered. Or just, like, doesn't feel right. That's a weird car. Looks like it was trying to go with, like, the same sort of area as a Plymouth Prowler and a PT Cruiser, but in truck form. See, the thing is it has little touches of being cool, and would have been better than a PT Cruiser probably, but a lot of it is just kind of ugly. Like, the fender-mounted headlights look horrible. Ford Super Chef concept. All right. God damn it. Yeah, I love chop tops, but once again, it just looks like some sort of thing. So is this the interior that you wanted me to look at? Oh. Weird. Okay. Wooden back. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay. Weird blown out image. Thanks. I can't really see it very well. It looks kind of cool. Fucking shitty images. Please have something more than a tiny image. This is the same website. Fuck. Oh, they won't show it to me unless I subscribe? Thanks. Pinterest. There we go. A website which fucking... I hate Pinterest. No, that's not fucking... I hate Pinterest. Worst website in the world. 'Cause, 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 Is this FordImages.com? Great. I know that's a 3D rendering. All right, whatever. I get the idea. Suicide doors? Yeah, suicide doors are weird. And I always feel weird saying suicide doors on YouTube because I feel that YouTube's going to be like, oh, you can't talk about that subject. No. It's an automotive motoring thing. God, fucking open the image. God damn it! That is a very spacious interior. Like, we are talking, that is humongous. This is like getting close to stretch limousine sort of area, sort of legroom. Now, stretch limousines are not always like a bus sort of length. They're like a limousine. The only defining thing of a limousine is the fact that it has a dividing window between the front compartment and the rear compartment. A stretch limousine is a lengthened one. And stretch is different lengths. Usually they started making just long wheelbase versions of cars, like your Maybachs and stuff. Did you just try to turtle noises? That's my frustration sounds these days. Oh, are you talking about the turtle sex? That which is so weird. So, Phil, maybe you could also look at a 1986, whatever the hell that is, Fort Travel Uniharm. I'm not a fan of RVs, but that is long. Holy shit, that's long. One of the things that has always gotten me about these RVs and how just unfathomably expensive they are is buy an interesting car, like a fun car, a sports car, a GT car for cruising long distances, and spend the money that you saved on these things on getting a hotel room. Now I know that hotel rooms can be sometimes unpleasant, but these are so expensive. You could rent a really good, high quality thing. You gotta go there, Teta, use that name. Alright, catch you later. Camper de Longway. My grandparents have one. Really? That is a long-ass vehicle. So, has anybody here driven a cab-forward vehicle before? I have been in a cab-forward vehicle before. And it was not this cab-forward. It was just a weird van that my dad had for work. And you were in front of the front axle when you would sit. Or maybe it is about the same. This is like cab over, cab forward, sort of like crossing the boundaries sort of thing. And it is very weird because as you turn, you're not like turning the car and going around. You're turning and you're like, you're kind of going sideways as you turn, as if to be like, it's a very weird sensation. And I feel that this would have a very extreme feeling of that if you are really far forward in the cab. It's kind of hard to tell because with the curtain up, it feels like you're maybe sitting back a fair bit and then the front is big for no reason. When are you going to make the BeamNG video again? I don't know, man. February, probably. I tried to record the other day, but problems. The Ford GT90? I love the GT90 because it was shown to me as a kid in a game called Need for Speed 2 Special Edition. And it looks weird and ugly now, but at the time it was like, holy shit, this thing is fucking cool. This was so cool. And I get the feeling this is one of those sorts of cars that looks better in real life than it does in a 2D image. But it, so cool. Like the glamour shot of it. That's fucking cool. Ugly, yes. Cool and interesting, yes. There was also at the same time the Ford Indigo, which at the time I also loved, but I have started to really dislike the front wing spoiler thing being on top of the body like that. But this was really cool. Apparently it was meant to like celebrate their foray into IndyCar. So it actually had an IndyCar engine in it, and apparently like really unpleasant to drive. Wheels are straight off an 8086. Are you talking about the GT90? Yeah, they were a bit weird. FJ40 Cruiser, just some SUV thing. I mean, they look cool, but sure. Anyone remember the Warrior from the first Need for Speed game? No, I never played the first one. That thing didn't look safe, the GT90? I'd buy it as a kick car? Yeah, I think I would buy this as a kick car, but I think I would try to see if there was a version that didn't have the wing on top of the nose. But what I really liked about this thing, it has this kind of like dual body design, where like you've got your cockpit and then rear end is this like black sort of, it was carbon fiber. We didn't know much about carbon fiber in the general public at the time, but like this black hardware sort of design look. Then around it you've wrapped this really body as if to be like this car was driving so fast it went through almost a bedsheet sort of thing, and then just formed this perfect sort of like a swept body look. And it looked so cool. And I loved it. But that front spoiler, that is just a weird, weird thing. Would I buy it as a kit car? I think I would. Even if it had like some eco boost in it, I'd be fine with that. As long as it wasn't like a wet belt version of it. Angle grinder or see if it unscrews. No, so the problem is having a look at it here, the standoffs are a part of the body. But if we have a look at like a lower angle sort of thing, you can see it again. But I feel like you could fit a front wing there. I really have always loved this. I'm not in love with Ford. They have a lot of problems, but I loved the Indigo. BMW Gina, okay. Please don't spam though. We don't want that to start being a thing. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, talking about the wrapped in fabric sort of thing. Good point. I kind of forgot that was the thing that they did. It's been a long time since I've seen this. Didn't they try to say that it was like trying to be organic or something like that? That was kind of like their idea. I'm gonna look at this person's video. But
watch this.
All I want to do is just see a little bit of the body work, and then we'll. Oh, it opens. Oh, that's like a vagina. Oh, that was very unpleasant. Hold on. Oh no. Oh no. That's horrible. Why? Oh no, he's like digging into it. He's going, here's where the clitoris. Oh no. It's horrible. Oh, show me the door and then let's get out of here. This is so bad. Show me the doors up. There we go. Okay. Yeah, door opens. Okay, so it's not just a single door opening as I thought. It's like a multiple door thing. Oh, and it's flappy. I'm very unhappy with that now. Let's go back. No, go away. Thank God. Okay. Why? Oh no. Did nobody any time during the design of that think, oh no. I suppose it was German, so like, no, it is not a vagina. A vagina is skin colored. 99999. It is not that. It cannot be that. And then they put it out anyway. People want the hood of that car. What about the Suzuki SUV thing with the spare tire bubble in the back? I'm not sure what you're talking about. It looks like a Ford GT with a 1970s front end. Oh, you're talking about the BMW thing? Be mussy? I need 20 gallons of bleach. Absolutely no, bro. Has ruined BMW vaginas for me. BMW and vaginas. I buckshot the whole lot for you. I'm sorry about that. I was not expecting that from you. That was pretty horrific. I feel that I should sue them. The Chevrolet Impala 1978. All right, let's go clean out our eyes a little bit. Yeah, some American sports car. I feel no kinship, like no special attachment to it. I like how it's a little bit smaller. Hopefully it came with a V8. Other than that, just looks like a small Holden Commodore. Sorry, Kingswood. A Suzuki X90. Oh, I hate the Suzuki X90. The Indigo looks like it has a F1 1970s front end. The Indigo was meant to be a celebration of their indie stuff, so yes, it's meant to be that open wheeler sort of thing. Factory 5 kit. I've heard of that. That's a kit car or something, is it? I know it. Yeah, so they also made another car, right? Yeah, this is the one I remember. I love this. This was a Shelby Daytona or something, was it? What it was based upon? Oh, damn it. That's a cool fucking car. I love it. If I had, money, I would totally buy one of those kit cars. What else we got in here? Yeah, kind of cool, but I really feel that went out of date in the 90s. Sure. That's kind of ugly. That looks like it's trying to be a Noble M something or other. I don't like it. But yeah, the Shelby AC Cobra I really like. But over time, more and more, I just really love this. It's Shelby Daytona, right? BMW pig grill. I don't know. I just kind of like their big grills for some reason. I could offer you the Opel Commodore any gen, sure. Daytona, good. Reminds you of the GT40. GT40 was a different car altogether. 30,000 US dollars? Yeah, I like, if I sold my house, I could easily afford that, but no. It was a more aerodynamic Cobra. Yeah. This was the evolution of the AC Cobra. Once they started to learn a lot more about aerodynamics, I think this came after the GT40 project, right? Shelby Daytona, that's what I meant to say. 19... Oh, wait, no, I was wrong. What was their successor after this? There is no successor named. Now, well. The livery reminds you of a GT40. This is actually not a particularly uncommon livery. Like, this one was pretty cool, where it's got a split color. But this, like, lines down the middle, that's not uncommon. Isuzu Vericross is what you think. What do you mean? What you're thinking of? Oh yeah, this very ugly. Glad this didn't come to Australia. I would have just been. I'd have to tut every single time somebody would get out of one of these at like a shop or whatever. They would like pull up, they would go to walk into the thing, into the grocery store or whatever, and just as they walk past, I go, you shouldn't have done that. You have offended humanity by buying that. And yes, this is in the same sort of vein as the Suzuki X90. Like, it's a pretty horrific car. I feel like if they hadn't made this not an SUV and made it into a sports car and maybe made it look a little bit more sports car-like, maybe changed the roofline a little bit because of that, this actually would have been an okay car, but not as an SUV. Chevy made the Cobra, the Daytona, and modified the GT40s. Yeah. They worked with Ford to make the GT40, and they got the GT40 from England. It was, what was it? Dallara? Is that who made the GT40 originally? Pontiac Vibe. That just sounds like a sex toy. Some SUV, but particularly more ugly. Kind of like your Aztec sort of thing. Oh. Just the one image? Fuck you. God damn it. Is this from another angle? Still, no, that looks horrible. Yes, I know about the Aztec, and only purely because of, the X90 looks like it was drawn by Mr. Zeus. Fully agree with that one. Breaking Bad. That's the only reason why Australia ever found out about that car. The Jeep Recon. Jeep's not really a thing in Australia. But I'll have a look. Once again, an SUV. Is this meant to be electric? I feel that they don't understand their demographic if they're trying to make an electric Jeep. Just putting that out there. All of these are 3D renderings. Is this not a real car? Okay. The body itself looks short. Now, it is raised and lifted. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the body itself. You know what this looks like? It looks like somebody put a car body on an SUV's frame, just kind of like looking at the mid area here. Aside from that, some Jeep thing. And isn't Jeep like getting known now because of their like parent company as being unreliable again because their parent company is really shit? Stellaris or something like that? I don't know. First image is what it looks like? Oh. You know what it looks like? They're trying to look like a Land Rover. They're trying to look like... Hold on. Hold the phone. Yeah. They're trying to look like this thing. So these do come to Australia, but not in high volume. But it feels like with the glasshouse sort of look is what they were almost trying to replicate there for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the squareness of it. They copycatted Defender. Alright. I'm not much of an SUV person, so I wouldn't be able to tell you anyway. Look at the Ford Flex. Alright. Let's have a look at Ford Flex. That looks like a giant Nissan Cube. I think they saw the Nissan Cube, saw how much it resold. Saw how much it sold, saw how much the resale value stayed on those cars, and they never went cheap, considering that they are a shitbox of a car, to be honest. But they look fucking cool, and they were in Gran Turismo, and I loved it. This just looks like they tried to do that, but make it really, really obnoxiously big. And that looks like a concept car, and this looks like the actual car. Hey, Mom, I want a Nissan Cube. No, we got a Nissan Cube at home. This looks like the Nissan Cube you have at home. Am I wrong in saying that? Especially this picture. Start a poll. Does this look like the Nissan Cube you have at home? Yes, no. Not sure. Start poll, and we'll have a quick look at the Nissan Cube. If we have a look at the original version, this car has maintained its like aftermarket resale value so well. Whoa. I'm gonna have a look at that in a second. 56% say yes, 17% say no, and 28% are saying not sure. If these weren't like $10,000 to $20,000, I would totally get one. Let's have a quick look on carsales.com.au. Nissan Cube 44. What's the cheapest one? $4,000. Oh! If they weren't gutless and front-wheel drive, I would totally buy one. If they were this price when I was young, it would have been a fairly new car at the time, so that was never going to happen. I would totally buy one of those. Unfortunately, now I'm a little bit older and I want more power. I love this wraparound window on the one side. I just love the Nissan Cube for some reason. I don't think it's aged very well. Like, if we have a look at like this one, I think that is a horrific car. They went, hey, you know what? People like the Cube, but we want to try to hit a different demographic, which is a part of the thing that doesn't like cube-ish looking cars. And then they went, let's make it a blob instead. The Nissan Blob Cube. That's a horrible, horrible... Nissan, fuck you. Alright, looks like it's leveled out to about 46% are saying yes, this car looks like this is the Nissan Cube we have at home. We got the ugly front. Oh, that's unfortunate. See, it's not only the front that is blobbish on this. It's also the windows, the mirrors. Oh, you know what, actually? It didn't have square mirrors. Huh. All right. Anyway, like, it was rounded off a little bit already. But this, they just went blobbish. And, like, the side is a bit of a blob. You know what it looks like? They heated it up with a heat gun where all the plastic in the body probably made of plastic. And then they, like, dropped it from, like, 5-10 meters, and then the body just went... That's what that looks like. The Nissan Bloob. Yes! That is the Nissan Bloob. Fuck you, Nissan. You suck as a car company. Which is why it's terrible that they're matching up with Honda. 2024 Parada, that's just some SUV, is it? 93 Civic EX. I'm not interested in SUVs. Let's have a look at the Civic EX. Yeah, it's just a Civic, but like sedan version, sure. Average big backs car? I don't know what that means. Melted blob? Talking about Ford? Wait, what are we talking about, Ford? 4,000, you hope that the Nissan Cube still ran for that price? Yeah, to be... Oh, wait, no, hold on. Okay, so let's have a look what this is. So, when was this written? 2023. Kicks off next month. And Nissan will be using the event to showcase 3 vehicles created by students from Nissan Technical College. The undisputed star of this star is a bit of an oddball. The retro-inspired Cube. See, the thing is it's clearly just like the earlier generation Nissan Cube with a Datsun something on the front, like a Sunbird. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. Called the Seto. It was designed by 4th-year students. See, here's the thing. Nissan will be okay with people submitting for, like, in their own company, like, retro-inspired cars. But Nissan has this mantra of never look back, I think is what it was with design. And even though this is, like, 80% of the way to looking cool, or maybe 70% of the way to looking like an actual, like, fucking awesome car, they're not going to make it. They're not going to develop it much further. They're just going to go, hey, look at this thing. And obviously, we're not going to make it. Nissan Pao? Oh, yeah. So this was from that bubble era when they also made the Figaro. And the Figaro has gone down in legend of, like, not having any depreciation on the resale market. I think it, like, ignoring inflation, obviously, costs more than what it did new. I don't know what big back means. But Nissan is like, no, we'd never look back. That's our ethos. We're going to die on this hill. And die on this hill they are doing. And now I feel bad for not liking it because it was made by students. I mean, you can still dislike it. You can still say that students are bad at things. The problem is, for a student to make a real car is the fact that they probably took some old parts from another car, butchered it up, and had to actually make it by hand, like an actual custom fabrication workshop making a custom car. They don't have the resources of Nissan to actually output a fully concept car. I wonder if there's like a Nissan Cube concept. A grown-up cube? What is this stupid article title? The fuck, CNET? Does anybody use CNET anymore? I think they deserve to fail after that stupid statement. How in any way is that a grown-up cube? Like, it's got a square-ish footprint, but in no way is that cube-ish. Fuck you. Yeah. Oh, that's a 3D render, I think. A very good one, but I'm pretty sure that's a 3D render. Someone was proud about that car? Sure. Anytime I see an 80s boxy hatchback, I think of the AMC Eagle Cambacks? That looks 70s, not 80s. Even though it was made in the 80s, apparently. That is very much an 80s car. I feel that AMC may have been running out of money, so they just tried to update a 70s car. Because that is not 80s. Much like a lot of cars at the time were trying to move on but didn't have the money, so they just kind of facelifted. Someone out there is apparently got shot in the bumper. AI Cube? Probably not. In the first pick, why does the car that isn't remotely similar to a Cube called a Cube? Ford Beatnik. Isn't a Beatnik an insult? Oh my god. I'm not seeing a Wikipedia page here, so I feel that this is probably a custom car that somebody made. And the fact that it's not being driven by, like, any sort of normal person. They're wearing Mexican wrestling masks or whatever they're called. They used other car parts in the engine? What? AMC Gremlin? Oh my god, wow. Lancia Zagato Fulvia is probably one of the best cars Zagato designed, in your opinion. Lancia's a bit hit or miss. Like, the R37 is an ugly car. No. This looks like they tried to redesign an Alfa Romeo. Is it ugly? Maybe a little bit. The glass house, like, way too big. It looks weird. From the back end, that's a nice shot. I like that. That is a horrible color. Yeah, I don't like it. What are other people's? It's got a very fat front end. Yeah. I bet you it also handled terribly at high speeds with that slopey back end. The same sort of problem that Porsche has. Those Nissan students are destroying cars. Check out their latest creation, Nissan Z. What? Lalia? I'm thinking labia by the sound. Oh my god, no. Not even close. Is that meant to be the, like, really ugly Nissan Skyline R30... Sorry, not Skyline. R35 back end? Looks like an old Supra BRZ. Wait, what? What are we talking about? This one? No, I don't know about that. The back end is vile. It's pretty vile. There is no continuity in the design. You can clearly see that the bodyline tried to go down, but then they tried to somehow rectify it. But it's just wrong in every way. See, what you need to do is follow the body line all around. That just doesn't work. I hope that the creator of this got a failing grade. And I hope that they were kicked out of college for that, or university is it's actually called. That's better. A shooting brake? That's cool. That I would go for. The mums who want to impress their sons are up for it. Sounds about right. What is that blue thing as well? I'm trying not to look at this because it's just, I don't know. It's so bad. Oh, it's also from a college. It's so bad. Somebody tried to recreate the silhouette, apparently. Okay, well, that image isn't loading in. Oh, that's a 3D render. Great. Shooting brake, yes, please. Yeah, I think that would be pretty freaking epic. They'd probably sell a lot more as well. The A shooting brake, yes. Wait, no, what is that? Is that a Lancia grill? Oh, you're right. I think that's the, yeah, that's a Lancia grill. Built a Z-Wagon? In what way is that a Z-Wagon? What? That's not a wagon. Wait, you know what? That's the title. That may not be attributed to that image. Yep, okay, yeah, no, that was wrong. Lalia concept, Nissan Bluebird. Kiwami concept. I bet you Nissan would be most likely to implement this instead of anything else in this list. Wait, hold on, that's not a 3D render. It just looks really ugly. And they've done it wrong. They tried to copy the silhouette and they did it wrong. That's funny. Yep. Oh, and the orange peel on that paint job is just upsetting. Toyota SFR concept. Let's have a look at that. I do love a concept car. What else we got in here? No, that was the end of the thing. All right. Oh. 2027? What? What does that remind me of? So, clearly, this one, wrong. 1, 2027 is way too far out. 2, that's a BMW Z4 version of the Nissan Skyline. Sorry, Toyota Supra. But here... What is it? It reminds me of something, but I can't remember what it is. But I do like it. That I think is a really good looking car. And I think they could make an electric version of it like this, and I'd also be fine with that. The back end, it's close. It's a close call. I would land on good looking, but it could so easily be bad if they ever tweak it the wrong way. Slightly even. The Miata? No. Not really. Fuck you, CNET. Hold on. I haven't read the CNET description. What are they going to say? It's like the Toyota IQ's bigger brother, sportier cousin. The tiny SUV was desirable and inexpensive sports car concept. Oh, yeah, well, they just went boring. I thought they were going to say it was like the Toyota Starline minivan's younger brother or something fucked up like that. Literally a Copen? Is there a wiki page for this? Tell us what platform it's in. No? Daihatsu. Okay, that's how. Okay. Fucking small image bullshit. No. Not even slightly close. The only thing is this has circular lights and this has not circular, but like round headlights. Like, that's it. The rest of that is a stretch. Mix of a Copen and a Sport 800? Oh, yeah. I don't know what this is. So this is a Toyota. Yeah, okay. Yep. I see that one. I have never seen this car before. What is it? I've never seen this. I have learned. The Toyota Supotsu Hachihyaku. 800? Yeah, 800. Oh, yeah, it's the 800. I'm an idiot. I tried to translate it, but it was clearly right there. Is Toyota's first production sports car, the prototype for the sports car called the Publica Sports. Let's go down this rabbit. What? There's not pictures of it with its thing close. That's weird. So what do we got? Front engine, rear-wheel drive, nice, good. I suppose it is the 60s. 33 kilowatts. I love it. You know, depending on how it drives, and if, please to God, it's rear-wheel drive. I mean, I suppose if it was front-wheel drive but handled well, I could be okay with it, because I do like a hot hatch, but it seems like a waste in this car. Because there'd be no advantage, because you don't need more boot space in a tiny car that's so proportionally not set up like that. I would consider this car. I mean, it's probably going to sell for too much. It'll probably be like 30,000 American. Transforms into a wagon. Well, they were tiny. Aston Martin Bulldog. Love the Bulldog for some reason. It's just a weird car. SFR rear-wheel drive. Nice. Pontiac Firebird concept. If it's 20 kilometers, I'm getting it. Oh, 20K, I'm getting it. Yeah, I kind of feel the same. I would totally trade in my 86 for it if it felt like it drove nicely. Like, it doesn't need to be fast. It just needs to feel good. Probably going to be an inline 3. That's fine. But once again, as long as it feels good. You could have a 13B in it. Gutless, really old, as long as it feels good at the car. And that's what they didn't understand about Toyota when they were in their board meetings developing it. Dodge Super 8 Hemi? I don't know. Pontiac Firebird coming concept. Feels like it was just made by a workshop and not actually by a company that has lots of money. Balance and fun is better than power? I fully agree. Now, there were some other ones that you wanted me to look at as well, right? Toyota 2000 GT, love that car. It's probably gonna... How about the Dodge Super 8 Hemi? Let's have a quick look at that. Oh, right. This weird-ass thing that looks like it's going backwards. Yeah, it's ugly. It's just ugly. There's nothing else to be said. It's kind of cool, but it's just ugly. You might like that. What is that? I can't even say that. I need to the Foldermobile and a NWF. What? So it's a trike, by the looks of it, made by a company that wanted to be an airplane manufacturer, kind of like the Spitfire car. Spitfire. Trike? Am I not thinking of Spitfire? Am I thinking of something else? Oh. I'm a fan of trikes, if you haven't quite figured that out. Like front trike sort of things. From this angle where the front end is covered, it looks kind of cool. If you have a look at the front end, it looks considerably less cool. I love this. I love the Morgan three-wheelers. Even though the T-Rex is ugly, I don't like that. One of the cars which I love the most, though, is the Vanderhall. Now, I get why they made it front-wheel drive, but it is a bit disappointing. But I like this a lot. I really, really like the design, especially in like a full two-tone and not like A split and then split back sort of two-tone. I love the headlights hidden behind the grille. I like how it looks staunch on the front. And then it's like you look at the back and you go, okay, that is not a car that is bought by somebody that just wanted something sporty. But you really, really, really wanted it. Because a trike comes with massive compromises. And then how this back looks like it's like coming around your Ford Indigo sort of style, where it's just kind of formed by speed and is just kind of shrouding the rear end sort of look. I love it. I love trikes. I love Vanderhaal. I would love to drive one. Real mechanic stuff. I'm not gonna do react to video stuff on YouTube. And I'm not particularly too interested. Like, I like the guy. Like, I watched one video with the creator of the Miata doing reaction stuff, and I liked him. He was interesting. He was fun to listen and watch into. But I could not have cared less about the content. Because I don't really care about the MX-5. Now, if the MX-5's resale was cheaper on used cars, I would have bought one back in the day. But like, let's see what the cheapest one is right now for an MX-5. Now, you're probably about to find it cheaper on Facebook Marketplace, but Marketplace sucks. MX-5 show. Flashbang. Price low to high. $7,500, and I bet you it doesn't work. A regretful sales as I need it gone for bigger starts, stops, runs brilliant. There is some cosmetic damage, steering wheel, center console, please, but no, I'm absolutely sure. Okay, so apparently there's nothing really wrong with it. But still, $7,500 for a 25 now year old car, because we're in 2025. And like, it's got shitty interior. It is still an underpowered car. Yeah, this thing. Weird. Weird and quirky. Is it air-cooled? Because there's no front grille. And there's no rear grille either, to be honest. I suppose they wouldn't really need it. The Reliant Scimitar. I think I've heard of that. I think I've seen it. Do the Bond bug? Yeah, sure, we can have a look at that in a second. Oh, right, yeah. What did I say this reminds me of? It reminds me of the, Jensen Interceptor, I think. Am I thinking that right? Yeah. It looks like they tried to copy the Jensen Interceptor a bit. But knowing Britain at the time, it was probably a British Leyland thing, and they just went, sure, whatever, just take whatever you want. Nobody cares. Bullet Roadster. Yeah, that's the thing in Australia, isn't it? Yeah. Not a fan of it. Didn't look great. Fairman hot take of the day? Yeah, see, the thing is a lot of people really... Like, the MX-5, for some reason, has gotten a cult following. And I think the idea was... It was an underappreciated and undervalued car. The MX-5 originally. Whatever, we'll just go, yeah, sure. I don't remember the model names of these. Yeah, they were an underappreciated car. They were seen as a hairdresser car, emasculating to own. I was looking at one at, like, the mid-2000s. I just liked the idea that it was a two-door sports car. I thought the prices were still too high, unfortunately. Then some YouTubers started to do it. It didn't really take off until Mighty Car Mods did it. When Mighty Car Mods did it, then it actually blew up, and the prices started to rise again. And now it's an unaffordable car. If you want a car that's price is proportionate to its performance. The Boffrio. Oh. Don't like the headlight cutouts. Is this... I'm not going to look at any more details. Just by looking at, I think, the roof, it's either a Rolls-Royce or a Bentley underneath. With the fact that it's got spotted lights on it, I'm thinking Bentley. Let's have a quick look. With this sort of headlight, that's actually a lot better. Like, it's still not a particularly good-looking car, but it looks better than some person, like, child with a crayon. As long as Rolls-Royce Ghost. Okay. Wait, no, that's... Wait. Because we've all been there, haven't we? That feeling when you've been conceived and built in Malaysia ultimate luxury car builder. 3.5 meter long, 2.5 years, created revolutionary new body shell sculpted from a single giant piece of carbon fiber Kevlar composite. So this is not based on a Rolls-Royce, apparently. What a hideous car. You know what this reminds me of? That, James May car that he looked at. That was like a weird supercar thing in Japan. It was weird. Am I going to do the IndyCar mod? No, we've changed our mind. We've been going for 2 hours. Anyway, that was going to take like multiple streams anyway, so you weren't going to see the end of it today. Aston Martin AM3. I feel I have seen that before. Oh, no, I haven't. What the hell is that? Was this a concept or really released? You know what it looks like? It looks like they took an American car and rebodied it a bit. Or maybe even the Jaguar XK8, I think is what I'm thinking of. 1996 to 1998, the AM3 was quite an unusual Aston as it was bodied by Pininfarina in Italy. And that was a big mess by them. A company which is more associated with Ferrari, as with many other special cars from the 1998 AM3, was based on the Vantage chassis with a V600 supercharged V8. Nice. The car was first featured in 1980 Auto Car article. Oh. Okay, so it didn't come until 1998. All right. The beautiful soul about David appears. 3 were built. Okay, so this was not a production car. This was like a, I was going to say a one-off, but it's actually a 3-off car. Nah. That ain't it, bro. Not doing it. It's shedding, yeah. I just... Now I've got that BMW issue in my head again that we saw earlier. Uncircumcised pulling back on the skin. That's what that reminds me of. All right, let's get that out of here. Let's go to something much better looking. There we go. Thank you. TVR Griffin V8. I mean, I like TVR. Manx Mayors. Never heard of it. Let's learn a new thing. Oh, so it's just a Volkswagen rebodied thingy. Yeah, sure. Bond bug. All right, fine. We'll have a look at the Bond bug. I know what the Bond bug is. I like the Bond bug. It's what the well, what we believe the thing is based on. The Beeman G's. I don't remember. You know the one. Like, this is what the thing is based on, and this is what like the dead giveaway is it opens the same way as well. The Mitsuoka Orochi. Yes, thank you. That's what I was thinking of. The car that James May did. With that, like, stupidly ugly headlight thing. Oh, what an ugly car. Holy shit. I think some people should not be allowed to earn enough money to be able to make something like this. Mitsuoka car. Yeah, they did a lot of weird things, didn't they? I think I saw one of these for sale recently in my local area. Ooh, actually. Mazda MX-5 rebody? It's clearly trying to look like a Corvette, but I don't care. I really like that. Oh, I just saw a different picture of it. I considerably less like that. In white, it just looks wrong. In black, that's a good-looking car. Wait, what? What did I just see? In blue? Yeah, that still works. Different era of Corvette, but still yes. That's good looking. I like that. Is that the car you would get from a kit car? What? Like this I like. I would get that. I like that. The Honda Fujo. Sounds like it's trying to say Fujoshi. Oh my god! You know what this looks like? It looks like one of those things where they've tried to say, the car is inevitably going to end. What will the future be? Something which gets somebody into it and then taxis them to where they're going. That's what that looks like. That is hideous. You know what the front looks like? Like a vacuum cleaner, like lifted up, trying to go on like in a cartoon sort of looking thing. Messerschmitt KR20 is a... That might have been what I was thinking of. A K200, sorry. This is the car I was thinking of when I was talking about like an aero company doing a trike or a car. Tesla Semi? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I see it. But this I like. This I would like to own. I wonder, is there a Messerschmitt on car sales? Unlikely. Oh my god! There's a Messerschmitt. How do I... And undo Mazda. Oh my god! $70,000! 69,000! That's the funny number! Oh my god, do you not know how to take pictures? What is wrong with you? Oh my god. You're in... Oh my god. Really? What is wrong with you? How are you What? Restoration complete, mechanically and cosmetically restoration. Complete mechanical and cosmetic restoration 2020. Okay, good. I just thought I was reading the wrong. Hardly used since restoration. This KR20 is lovely condition and ready to enjoy. Fuck you for not knowing how to take pictures, you fucking... Gah. But that's cool. Also, way too much. Lamborghini Athen. The Lamborghini's original GT cars were not good. Oh my. No, that is ugly. Cool. Especially from this lower angle from the rear. Damn it. But no, that is ugly. It has no, like, lines, if you know what I mean, to it. Like, it's got straight lines, but there's no... Like, I know that they were trying to get away from the curviness with this sort of design, but no. Actually, Cyberpunk? Sure. Z18, 1990... Is that the one with, the fold-in, slide-in doors thingy? Oh. Oh, no. No, that's a crime against humanity. Not quite as bad as the vagina thing, but yeah, you know, you get the idea. That's dog paws. That's what the tire tread is. Money well spent. For a concept car which I didn't even get close to producing. Luckily. But BMW Z8, I don't know. I don't like the look of the Z8. Am I alone in that? It's never looked quite right to me. Let's get a poll on this one. Because it seems that either nobody talks about it or nobody says anything bad about it. BMW Z8. Do you like it? Like, I'm not talking about looks or anything. Like, just do you like it? And I don't. Yes, no, not sure. Start poll. Let's see what we think. BMW Z9? I didn't know there was such a thing. Isn't that just a 6 Series puttied over on the front? Like they had an excess of body filler? It's meant to be a 4-door. But it's also got that bangle butt, which I absolutely loathe. Alright, let's see the results. Okay, it seems that it's actually tied between yes and not sure. Okay. So it seems that generally it's liked. I just don't. I don't know what it is. It's just never interested me. Then I saw the price of it and I was like, hell no, I don't like it. Is that a double bubble hardtop? Actually. It looks a little bit more like a Jaguar E-Type. And I think that makes it look better. I didn't know this was a thing. Neither of which came to Australia. All right, let's go ahead and end there. It seems it's fairly tied, and only 14% don't like the Z8. Let's get a quick poll on... do you like the coupe version more? Yes, no, not sure, or no opinion, whatever. That's just the third option. What are we thinking on this one? Nissan S-Cargo, I think we kind of looked at that a little bit earlier. It was funky and cool. Looks better with the coupe version. It seems that 83% of people are liking it. I mean, it is straight up just they've copied Jaguar's old homework there on the rear. But it looked good on the Jaguar. Why would you try to redesign the wheel if that is just aesthetically pleasing to look at? The Cabriolet is better? Is that convertible? I don't know, you and your weird words. Do you like the 2009 Corvette concept? Toyota Sierra? Okay, we'll have a look at that in a minute. Wait. Is that not a Cadillac? That looks like a Cadillac. I'm kind of liking it. But it also looks weird. I can get how this could be a divisive design. There's a clicking sound I'm going to go check out. Give me a minute. In the meantime, enjoy an advert. Yay! And I'm going to get myself a drink. Yeah. All right, the clicking sound was just my my front door. Apparently isn't particularly tight today, and it just wants to just rattle a little bit on the latch. Sorry. People were hyping over this in 2009. The C7 looks better? Sure. I don't know if I like it. It looks kind of weird, but I do like this separate rear end sort of thing. I don't know, I just like it. GT70. Okay, so we looked at the GT90 earlier. But I've never heard of the GT70. Oh, right. Yeah, no. Not a... Yeah, no. It just looks weird. I don't like it. Cadillac 16. Wasn't that like really huge car that looked like that car we were just looking at? Nope. I was thinking of a different one. So, Cadillac is really only an American brand. So I don't really know much about them, but it looks weird and interesting. It's a little too plain and smooth for my liking. 1981 Renault Project 129. All right. This is going to be ugly because it's French, right? Yep. Oh my God, I was right. Is that a plastic rear window? Weird. BMW Nazca M12. Didn't Noble do an M12 as well? Oh, you know what? I do know this one. I don't remember why it was made or what any of the story behind it. The interior is very much from the 90s. The outside is also very much from the 90s, but yeah, it's a bit weird. The rear end, I would say, probably looks a little bit better than the front end does. Because the front end is a little bit blobbish. I'm not a big fan of the 90s blobbish design. Side looks fairly decent. It follows some nice, smooth, flowing lines. I feel that this is probably made to be a part of the top speed chasing that was happening at the time. Like, you just had the Ferrari and F40 and the... what was the other one? Ferrari and Porsche. With the something or other that looks the same as every other car, but just uglier. Then there was the Jaguar XJ220 and the McLaren, and I feel that this was around that sort of time, and they were just trying to maybe get in on the bandwagon for it. Looks nostalgic? It kind of does. The Professori C2. Is that like a modification of the Corvette? Nope. Oh, wait, no. That's Prefer the Seat. I'm an idiot. Ford Indigo concept, we looked at that already today. Happy New Year's from Ohio. Look, lots of fireworks and gunshots. Great. The Cadillac Cian. I feel I've seen that one as well. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. This is, yeah, a little bit reminiscent of that Corvette concept we looked at it as well. Like that sort of same sort of grill? I don't know. Maybe they don't look the same. What? That looks like an AI image, but still, that's pretty freaking cool. I like that. I like that a lot. The Peugeot Oxia. It's French, so it's probably ugly. Oh, yeah, this thing. So, the rear end looks nice-ish, but also somehow not... Oh, my God. What a picture angle. Holy cow. But the front end looks a little too plain for what's probably a hypercar. 670 horsepower in probably the 90s? That's extreme. Do I like it? Yeah, actually, it's one of the few French cars that actually doesn't look too bad. The 405 Supercar. Oh, it's pretty much a 405 Supercar. Okay. Honda Sport EV concept. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, I like this. So, there's a lot of dislike of EVs from people. I don't hate EVs. I think if they made a lighter version of an EV that went like 100 kilometers is more than what I need, I would totally have one as a second car for a weekend. It's got like the spurty straight line, but it'd be light enough as to where it could go around corners. So 100 kilometers is like 62 miles. It'd be something that'd be like the perfect second car for sports driving a little bit. I reckon that could be fun. But I bet you they're like, oh, it's an EV. Everyone's going to have range anxiety. So it's got to be able to go 6,000 miles and weigh 13 tons. You like hybrids more? Yeah, I think hybrids are a good compromise for the time being. I would love a good plug-in hybrid. I don't like the sort of hybrid where, like, it's Toyota Prius, where the engine drives a generator, which then drives the electric motor like some sort of CVT. Like, that's great for economy cars. That is a brilliant idea. But for driving, you know, not so much. We don't like CVTs in sporty cars. 1967 Ford Allegro 2 Roadster? Never heard of it. I've heard of an Allegro. What? So this was just somebody's project car? That's going to be a no from me, but... Oh. Wait. This rear diffuser sort of looking thing hadn't really reached, like, popular design language until the 2000s. I don't know why he thought to design it like that. It's probably not actually a rear diffuser. But this guy, in 1967, like 40 years ahead of his time. Probably in his back garage. Alfa Romeo Navajo? Is that meant to be Navajo? I'm not sure. I don't know much about pronunciations from that other side of the world. I like that. That is weird. But they've tried to get interesting with their body lines. So unlike the Lamborghini where it went like angled upwards and then it just went flat and it was just boring paste. This, they went, we can keep following that up and actually try to do something interesting like a giant spoiler on it. I like that. That actually is actually aesthetically pleasing. Had you seen the Shelby Series 1? Was this before, like, the AC that they imported from England? Oh, yeah, this is that car. Not a fan. Way too blobbish. Way too blobbish, in my opinion. Oh, this, though, on the other hand, I like that. It's like a cross between a sports coupe GT car and the Ford GT on the front. This, I covet. I really like that. So there was also the Shelby Concept? Yeah, here we go. These. So somebody actually made a kit car version of this, and one of them is for sale here in South Australia, or at least was earlier. I liked this at the time, but it has not aged as well. This, on the other hand, fuck yes. I think they could still make this today. It's like a modern Daytona look. Is there like a back picture of this? I want to see what the back looks like. Oh, this is a combination of the new one and the Blobtastic one. So it's not gonna have... it doesn't have back pictures of it. Oh. Okay, the back isn't quite so great. Thanks. I think if they tidied up or like redesigned the rear end and maybe put in something here, I don't know. Just make the back end look better. I think they could probably put this on sale today. I like the like old school lifted body sort of look. I think it could have like a straight 6 in it if they wanted, though probably a V8 would be more fitting. You could even maybe try a V12 again. But I like that. That's probably in my top 10 best looking cars of all time, in my opinion. The headlights need a little bit of work. But I like that a lot. That makes me moist. Okay, Lambo Esprit. Now, I know there's the Lotus Esprit. Huh? A classically wedgy affair. Lamborghini Jalpa. Never heard of the Jalpa before. Wait. Is this a new car? Wait. No. Okay, so they had a Diablo with a V8 and they called it the Esprit. No, sorry, I was wrong. That's Lotus Esprit verse. Okay, what are we looking at here? Is it just a new car that they... No, that's a Lotus. Fuck me. I'm getting so confused. There is no Lamborghini Esprit. What the fuck? Okay, so my brain was prepped and primed to see a Lamborghini Esprit. I got trolled. What's this Lambo Japla, though? A Jalpa. I've never seen that before. That is really ugly. Doug DeMira did a video on it. Huh. That's ugly. And this is the main reason why I think it's ugly. That back end is horrid. Lotus Esprit? Yeah, I think so. I do love the Lotus Esprit. The Lotus Esprit is one of my favorite cars of all times. It's up there. Would I say it's one of the best looking cars of all time? No. But I think it's pretty good. I just like the fact that it's a twin-turbo mid-engine V8, flat-plane crank, little, not underperforming, underachieving, like underrated car. Aston Bulldog is a big beast. Yeah, I love the Bulldog. It's just weird. I've seen one at Crossford Class Museum. Thoughts on the Wiseman cars? Oh, this thing that they did in Top Gear once. I thought the back end didn't look right. It looked like they were trying to go for the TVR headlight, but on the rear sort of thing. It looks weird and slopey, a little bit bulbousy. I kind of generally liked it, but I also didn't think it was particularly good looking. Now, it looks like they've made an updated look of it, and they have made it orders of magnitude worse. The Esprit was an underdog. Yes, that is the right one. Underdog. Yeah, we looked at the GT90 earlier. I've seen one at Gosford Class Museum in 2016. All right. Have you ever seen that actual NASCAR for sales on car sales? It could be found under custom brand category. All right, let's do a little bit of car sales looking. Custom. Let's have a look. 31 custom cars. We got a Lotus 7, Lotus 7, Lotus 7, Lotus 7, MGTF kit car. Weird. Wait, I think I know that one. Anyway, Lotus 7. Then, like a beach buggy, but with a lid. Weird. Lotus 7. Is $39,000. Why is it called a hot rod? If this thing doesn't have 1,000 horsepower, it has no right being more than $500. Danger high voltage. Oh, so it's an EV as well. Only one in Australia. Yeah, because nobody else would ever want one. Possibly the only one is a Baltimore van, Betronic van in the world. I mean, if I make a custom car in my back garage, it's going to be the only one in the world. Doesn't mean it's worth $39,000. Let's move on. Beach buggy. Oh, that's an Arrow Raptor. It looks like those. I can't think of the name of it. Anyway, that's just a hot rod version of something. I don't know. This I think is cool. That's just a hot rod version of something. Beach buggy. Just a hot rod version of a car. AC Cobra kit car for $69,000. AC Cobra Bond buggy. Sorry, not Bond buggy. Beach buggy. Some hot rod of something. AC Cobra, some hot rod of something. Is there more pages? Ooh. Elfin Malala replica. Then a NASCAR. $275,000. Damn. NASCARs don't really do anything here in Australia. Oh, we got a super light. Damn it, that's not what I meant to do. Is that a... Hold on. A H... Hey, thank you. $30. Damn.
Absolutely love your content. Just wanted to show some support. Keep up the good work, man.
That's a buttload of money. Thank you very much, music freak guy. Your name is a sentence. Thank you anyway. It's actually winning NASCAR from 2005? Really? I feel that that's maybe a little bit cheap then. Would not a championship winning car be maybe worth a little bit more? That's funny. I didn't know that there was a H4. Is that okay, sure. Oh. Hell yes. Oh. Oh, they're so expensive. There's no next page. Okay, cool. Let's have a quick look. So, this is not a Ferrari. It's a kit car, and insultingly, it has a 4-cylinder in it. But I have seen this one go around occasionally. The problem is when the closer you look at it, the worse it... Large photo, thanks. The closer you look at it, the worse it is. But I mean, it's kind of cool. And every single time it comes up, I go, all right, I'll have a bit of a look at it. What about the BSE mono? It looks pretty good. I do like the BSE mono. Now, what's this? Elfin is an Australian car manufacturer that made race cars, then made a few road cars occasionally, and then went back to nothing after a while. I've not seen this one. Weird design. It's almost got a diffuser, but they cut holes in there, which would have made the diffuser ineffective. That's funny. Were they maybe getting understeer at high speed? That's funny. Like, they almost had ground effect in 1962, which would have been in a good, 13 years before they did it in F1? Australia's first winning NASCAR competition, which Marcos Ambrose drove to victory in. Oh, so it didn't win the championship, it just won a race. Okay. Yeah, so there was this one race I remember. We didn't get NASCAR on free-to-air TV, which is what most people watch anyway. If you're not in Sydney, that is. Or maybe even Melbourne. I don't know much about Melbourne. Nobody knows about Melbourne. And it was a NASCAR race, and Marcus Ambrose was in it. And it started to rain, and then he led by a long shot. There was a crash, and then it bottled up again behind the safety car. After releasing, he once again got a massive lead again, and then there was another crash, and it bottled up again. Then he went off, and just so happened that somebody was kind of keeping up with him this time, and then pit maneuvered him quite badly, and then there was no more safety cars. The guy drove off and won. No penalty. Fuck NASCAR, fuck that driver. Aside from that, I'd never really watched NASCAR because NASCAR's kind of dull. You know what NASCAR is? NASCAR is the cricket of motorsport. That's what it is. There's a lot of strategy. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes. But what you're watching is a lot of people doing the same thing kind of boringly. That's gone on Twitter. NASCAR is the cricket of car racing. End poll? Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I still have that poll up. Coupe, that was of the BMW, wasn't it? 76% of people seem to like it a lot more. And only a small sliver like the convertible version more. No, don't. Old NASCAR is better because of the wrecks, pretty much. Yeah, sure. What have I done? I have upset an entire country. Anyway, moving on from Elfin for now. I hate the fact that the colors don't match. I would love just a monochromatic or at least a proper two-tone. But this has got 3 colors, and with the headlights, you know what it looks like? It looks like Brum. Oh dear. $400,000 for a replica. Why is it $400,000 for a replica? Hold on. A new offering is this incredible type video. When was it built? Back in the blah blah blah. Persang, Argentina was founded over 40 years ago. Originally found linked to the country's industrial past. The business was established in 19. When was it built? The current owner took delivery of the car in July 2007. $400,000 for a 2007 car. Does it have, like, any modern modcon amenity sort of things in it? Hello, Brum. What's the engine? Show me the engine. That's a Hornet. Okay. We got some exterior levers. Great. For that, like, perfect get severely injured sort of thing. And police pulling you over go, you can't have your hands outside the car. That is a very uncomfortable looking interior. LA Custom turns the Dodge Viper into the Banshee from GTA? That's hilarious. Oh, I love it. Reminds you of the Stephenson Rocket. What the fuck? Huh. Yeah, I could see the yellow. I get what you're talking about. Looks like a car you drive it at an amusement park. Time to save images for reference? Sure. Where was the... Somebody... Put something... Wait, hold on. Citroen OC. There we go. Let's have a look at the Citroen OC. You know what it looks like? It looks like they saw the Ford GT90 and thought, we can do that. But then they were French and they couldn't, and they made it much worse. Ever seen any of the Ford Maya concept cars? No. Is that like John Mayer? Wait, didn't we see something very similar to this earlier, like an Alfa Romeo or something or other? No, not an Alfa Romeo. I was thinking something else. I think I have seen this before, though. I do like it. Oh, what the what? Just... I mean, I like it. I totally own one now. If this was still, like, if this was actually made and it was for sale locally and it was, say, less than $15,000, I'd snap this up. That's a cool-looking car. It's a conversation starter. And it's sure as hell better than that other cyber-esque looking car, the Cybertruck. Ugh. I've stayed up multiple 2 a.m. nights. Well, I mean, it's New Year's, so Happy New Year's to everybody. The Citroen Karen. Well, the name is not a good start. Trust the French. Oh dear. Yep, once again, the French go, wait, that looks kind of cool. I can copy your homework. And then they realize that they can't because they're French and they have no taste. Oh my God. Actually, From this angle and this angle only, and it has to be in black and white, otherwise you might see more detail. From this angle only, that looks kind of cool. You rotate it a little bit and suddenly you're just like, oh. Oh, thanks. That is a lot of search words. I like it. Now, would I go out of my way to try to get one of these cars? No, because like I like it for like a 1950s kind of car. I think it's kind of cool. But I just know it would be an absolute pain to own. And it looks like it would drive like a boat. But I do like it. I rate that one pretty good. I rate it. Jaguar Type 00. I know the name. Oh, it's the new thing. So, alright, let's do the talk about Jaguar. They were losing massive market share. Now, one of the reasons why people aren't buying Jaguar is because they have a poor reputation at the moment for, like, being just a financial death trap. You're going to buy one, the resale is going to immediately plummet, and you're going to spend more than its value on maintaining it because of stupid little electrical things. Now, some people have really good luck with Jaguars, but as an overall experience, Jaguars, not good. Now, all they would need to do is have like a span of, it would need to be a long span actually, 15 years of just making good cars. Your cars looked good. They had good, powerful engines. They were just garbage. That is why people stopped buying your cars. Because the old people were like, I like the idea of a Jaguar. They're a cool car. I'm going to buy one. Oh, look, I'm now 90 and I'm dead. I'm no longer able to buy one of your cars. And then young people are like, they're in a cost of living crisis. I want to buy something cool that I can afford to keep on the road. And that is not a Jaguar. Then you've got all of the yuppies, which I know there's a technical term of what a yuppie technically is, but the people that buy BMWs and Audis, they're not going to change their mind because BMW and Audi have done a better job at marketing. Then you come along and go, we're going to change everything. Now you release a concept car like this, which changes almost nothing, but say that it's changed everything, and everyone goes, how could you change everything? You've ruined all of your goodwill with all of your customers, and nobody wants to buy it anymore. You're a fucking idiot. This is not changing everything. This is like a cyberpunk version of an E-Type or the XK or what are other coupes that they've been selling recently? Jaguar, Coupe, the F-Type. You've got a lovely long bonnet, you've got a coupe here, and then a fairly short, abrupt ending rear end. What have we got here? A long bonnet, a coupe-type middle section, and abrupt ending rear end. You have not changed anything! Short overhang, kind of, I suppose, maybe it's got a bit of an overhang on the front. but like a shorter overhang on the front. It just... You've not changed anything. You've just made it look like Cyberpunk. You've done a Tesla and made the Cybertruck, but except for coupes. And the design is a bit... Like, we know what you were trying to do with it, but the execution was just a little bit poor. And unfortunately, you've alienated everybody. You've gone, hey, you know how everyone kind of likes Jaguar, but you're not going to buy one? Well, how about we ditch everything that you kind of like, make you feel like you're losing something, and then mix it up. The problem is the EV market was overblown because of the charisma that Elon Musk had. The problem is we got the saturation of the market, and a lot of people, a huge portion of people, are not willing to yet convert to EVs, and Jaguar were not selling, and they went, okay, let's take a year off and try to rebrand. I think if Jaguar had have just released this concept car, it probably would have gone down better. Now, there's this whole argument, and I kind of agree, is alienating their old market isn't that bad because the old market was not buying the cars anymore, and what they're trying to do is pick up a new market, which is the younger audience. And I think that that is a very interesting way of doing it, though it feels like a Hail Mary with a massive chance to fail. What I think the biggest problem is I hate it, but currently the market is moving away from family cars and everything, and SUVs are the new thing. The problem is Jaguar is teamed together, I believe, with Land Rover, and Land Rover has that market. So Jaguar is probably not really suited to fit to there. But because they're a joint company, just move all the resources from Jaguar to Land Rover and maybe spend more than 2 minutes designing an engine so then it becomes reliable as opposed to the fucking shit that Land Rover's putting out with fuel injectors that fail, that take like 10 burly men to take an injector out because it's fused in there as if it was fused by the sun itself. Sorry about this rant going on a bit long, but this is just stupid. Downsize Jaguar, because at the moment, people don't want Jaguars. Release 2 to 3 model of cars, focus on Land Rover, which is doing really well, but keep giving us cars that we really want, maybe improve quality. Then when people start moving away from SUVs back to sports cars, because sports cars are the... Let's go. It ebbs and flows. It'll eventually come back to Jaguar. Jaguar could maybe become part of like a racing thing. This is probably somebody's first automation car. Yeah, kind of, maybe. Rear looks like a AC vent? Oh, AC vent. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Do I think this car is ugly? Do I think that they could have made this car almost as is and released it? Sure. Do I think it would have sold well? Probably not. I think this thing just needed to bake a little bit longer, then release. Like, it's a good starting point for like a first, maybe second draft, but there's more that needs to be done. The front looks a little too flat compared to everything else being so sleek. The back end is way too bulbousy compared to how far forward the front hood is. Like, I reckon they could have probably just moved the front windshield to start back here or something. I don't know. Maybe that would make the front end too long. But it just looks a little bit weird. You got a little bit of the dog squat to poop sort of thing going on. For you, it's actually boring? Yeah, for some reason, it looks like a sports car, but yet is also boring. How do you make a sports car boring? And I think it's a lot of the roof, and the front is just a little bit too flat and not really interesting enough. And I think they maybe need to give up on the electric stuff. Maybe maybe make a hybrid. If you're selling most of your stock in England, hybrids get around ULEZ or whatever it is, I think. Something like the thing for driving in the cities. Like, that would work. And I think people would probably appreciate that more. The problem is the EV market was unfortunately a little bit of a bubble based on hype and has started to die off. So people aren't selling EVs as much anymore. The thing's going to break your roads? Why? How much does it weigh? There's fireworks happening where you are? Nice. Get hyped. It's New Year's, baby. I'm sure you said it before, but what are your thoughts on the Cybertruck? I have said it before. I've said it a few times. So my thoughts on the Cybertruck was, one thing I don't like is companies that make like fantastic, amazing concept cars, and then they either, one, don't make it, or two, munt it horribly, doesn't look good anymore, but for some weird reason they're like, yeah, this is what people want. They said they liked the concept, and this thing's exactly the same almost, but wasn't really, and it was ugly, and then they released it anyway. And I hate that. You kind of rug pulled us on our expectations, and we end up with another boring, usually ugly car. Now, it doesn't always go that way. But when the Cybertruck first came out, it was striking. And he struck it with metal balls and broke windows because they were wound down slightly, apparently. Which I find very amusing. Sure. Anyway, and I thought it was so amazing that they pushed a concept which got a really good response at the time of and pushed it into production. It started the whole conversation about how people are so disappointed that usually concept cars come out and then the car that results of it either doesn't exist or is nothing like the original car. But they actually pushed this one out, and I think that is really cool. The problem is when it came out, it was new and it was novel, and at the time had a lot of hype. The problem is by the time that it came out, it started to date, and people had already started to look at the looks of it and go, okay, yeah, maybe it doesn't look that great. So they missed their hype window on releasing this car. And then the quality issues, because Elon Musk is just another VC person. Elon Musk didn't create Tesla. What he saw was a company that had finally made a good product and went, I'm going to invest in this. I've got all my PayPal money from being bought out of that. Why don't I invest in this like really, really interesting idea? Because up until Tesla came along, no company was making interesting EVs. Like, maybe the RAV4 EV was the most interesting EV, because at least it wasn't just another cheap, low-budget econo box sort of thing, which is usually what EVs were. The RAV4, at least it was an SUV that was an EV. And that was just a weird side effect of a California regulation where it said that every company had to make an EV. GM also made an EV, but you could tell that GM was in the pocket of oil companies, because once they were done, they hadn't actually let anybody buy them. You could only like rent them, which is like a weird thing in America. I don't understand that. They retook them all back and crushed them, and then sued anybody that kept them. Now, if that doesn't say that there was a real conspiracy of oil companies and car companies giving each other kickbacks, or at least car companies getting kickbacks from oil companies, then you're a bit blind. But yeah, so this one came through. It got finally made. He started off as like a person that did racing as like a side thing. Then they actually did the math on what an electric car could be, and they were like, wait, oops, this could actually be really fast. Electric motors are actually kind of broken. They're heavy, so there's that problem. But what if I make an electric car? So they made it an EV as a concept, and it was fast. It was really fast. Hype around this thing, which I think at that point been named Tesla, grew. A lot of people were really starting to take notice of this. Like, it was a small circle, yes. But everyone they showed it to was like, this is amazing. So I think it was then they started to design a Tesla car. I think they were talking to Lotus at the point. Somewhere around this sort of time, my memory of like the timeline of this became murky. Elon Musk had found out about it because he was in the tech circles, and this car was getting shown around to a lot of tech people. And that's when he came in. He started to push out the original two founders, and then took them off the founder list and put his name on the founders list of Tesla, which is really telling of what kind of a person he is and how shit he has become. I first started to dislike him when I found out that he sued Top Gear. I was a little bit biased at the time. But then I also... If what Musk had said, which I doubt he was actually there, I think he was lying. If that was actually true, though, it would be fairly dishonest. You also watched the original review of the Tesla Roadster, and it was made out to be a lot worse than what it was, saying that, like, it would take me 3 months to drive to Scotland. But the thing is you're not driving at full throttle all the way to Scotland. And you're also not charging off of a windmill. And yes, the charging infrastructure was not great, but also the charging infrastructure for the original Benz motor wagon was you'd had to chart it to go around to pharmacies. And you also had to make sure that those pharmacies had, hey, Happy New Year's, Chevy. The pharmacies had to have petroleum products. You didn't just have a fully serviced network. And there were no telephones. So you had to know beforehand that those places not only had petroleum products or oil or whatever it was that they ran with at the time, they had to have large stockpiles of it to be able to fill up a car, not just like a small, like a small bottle of thing that you might rub on like a snake oil sort of solution. So he was a bit shit. I still like Top Gear, but I loved the idea of the Tesla Roadster. And that's where the hype started. It turns out that maybe most people just don't really care to have an EV because it's expensive and usually massive amounts of depreciation, which is quite important. Because a lot of people that buy used cars are generally very savvy and they're easily scared off of things. Say, for instance, it is actually overblown how bad it is to have to replace a battery. Generally, you don't have to really replace a battery. And generally, even if the battery isn't doing so well, it is enough to get to where you're going, unless the car has been abused. Which does happen, like especially ex-taxi EVs. There's one Cybertruck going around in Australia? Interesting. I'm surprised it was able to get registered with how unsafe it is. Happy New Year's from the boring state of North Dakota. I don't know anything about it, so maybe Happy New Year's. I mean, if you really were concerned about charging time, use Redbox batteries? Redox batteries? I don't know what that is. Ever seen the old Ford Mustang Milano concept? All right, let's have a look. I wasn't a big fan of this era of Mustang, but this concept, not really doing it for me. Hey, that's where that, like, maybe that rear diffuser from that car that we saw earlier came from. Oh. That's a very bland and boring looking car, but it's also, it looks kind of cute. If this was a compact car and like rear-wheel drive configuration, I think I'd like that. Speaking of fast EVs, ever heard of the Tango T600? Isn't that the cheese wedge car? Probably wrong. Hey, no, okay. Yeah, apparently this thing was also fast, and I saw this in an episode of, fucking Silicon Valley. Is that how you spell it? Yeah, Silicon. If you haven't seen Silicon Valley, the first season is really, really fun. There's lots of comedy in it. It's quite an enjoyable show. Maybe watch the second season, but the first season ends really, really well, and you can leave it there if you want. Second season is the only one that's kind of unique, but then every season subsequently follows the same formula every single time, and you watch one, you've watched all of them. You can just kind of skip it. It becomes repetitive. Unless you're the sort of like second monitor watching person, you don't really pay that much attention, and you just want to occasionally see some comedy. It just really also starts to lean into awkward comedy, all that sort of stuff. Turns out that this guy was a sex offender. Turns out Kamal Nanjiani, I think, might be. I don't remember. Thomas Middleditch, because of Silicon Valley, I've become a big fan of his. He's a big nerd, and he streams on Twitch quite regularly, actually. He's like a full-time Twitch streamer almost. Actually, is he on right now, maybe? No, he is not. Anyway, love Thomas Middleditch. He's done lots of weird things. He showed up on an episode of Dan Harmon's Adventure Quest. Another person with that a lot of people are starting to question now. A few people are starting to question now, but I think I'd have to hear the whole story on him. The guy that he was the one that made Community and Rick and Morty. So Thomas Middleditch got a part of that, which was basically a let's play of D&D tabletop sort of thing. Yeah. If you haven't seen Silicon Valley, season 1, really good, especially that last episode. It's just got that like power fantasy, fuck yeah sort of ending. It's a feel good at the end. Anyway, seems that a lot of people are talking more about cars. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what I was doing. That's why I brought this up. Narrow car. Yeah. So this scene where like this rich billionaire CEO like goes in this thing and then drives between like a really small gap in cars. Please be muted. Good. So like he gets in it and drives out. And that's a really narrow car, and I think he says rich people. Anyway, I like it. I think that's first episode. Mustang Concept 3. All right. Let's have a look at that. Oh. I feel I've seen this, but I don't think I have. You know, this reminds me a little bit of, like, one of the Mustangs from that sort of era. Like, you could clearly see the design influence on there. But also that Aston Martin AM3? Aston Martin, right? Yeah. A little hint of that in this. A little bit of a Jaguar XK8? Yeah. You got it like that, all sort of like these cars came later, obviously, than the Ford, but like you can kind of get the idea that it feels like Ford kind of did it. But this also back end reminds me of a Mercedes on the taillights a little bit. I don't remember which one. It's one of their like hypercars, maybe. I'm not sure. From this angle, it looks pretty good. From this angle, it looks questionable. Don't like the back end. But from like other angles, it looks a bit weird. Thanks for showing me this, though. It's rather interesting to look at. That's weird. That's a weird car. Ugh. No, that does not look good there. No, that is not a good. I saw a VR4 swapped mini engine Golf. Sure, I don't care if Volkswagen's. Ford T5, its car sold in Germany. Yeah, we got the T5. That's the Ford Focus T. Oh, it's just a Mustang. Yeah, I like this Mustang. As time has gone on, I've become less and less interested in this version of the Mustang. When I was younger, I really freaking loved this look of Mustang. But as time went on, I've been less and less interested in, like, the lack of actual vent there. That's the first example, probably, of, like, a fake vent, maybe? I don't know. Probably somebody's going to tell me that I'm wrong. The fastback, I like a lot more. But this one, I used to love it. But I just don't love it anymore. Like, this, it just looks dorky. And in a human, that's fine. But in a car, not so much. But I like fastbacks. Even that I'm starting to grow a bit out of love with. The Sapia Pride 151. All right. Please don't tell me it's, like, modeled after a lion. Okay. Is that based on a Suzuki or a Proton or something? Mini pickup true. Iran, small fabric of the body. Based on the Kia Pride. I thought I'd seen it around. Same as the Mazda 121, which is probably more where I'd also seen it. And the Ford, yeah. I think probably the Mazda 121 and the Ford Festiva is where I would have seen this. Okay. Cool, though. A ute version of a small little mini car. Probably front-wheel drive, though. Not particularly great for a utility vehicle. Because if you're loading up the rear with more weight, that's just going to make it wheel spin more. Especially if you're trying to take off uphill. That's just not going to end well. Always loved the 1970 302 Mustang. Let's see. I've kind of grown a bit disillusioned with the looks. Yeah, I do like that. That's pretty good looking. Geo Metro pickup? Wait, I don't remember what the Geo Metro is. Okay, well that just looks like somebody took a normal car and then sliced off the back. That one almost looks like it was from factory. But most of these are just somebody's just cut the back off. Anyway, Alfa Romeo Spider MX-5, it never went ahead. It's a bit bland, but I do like it. The headlights would have to move up to fit regulations, though. Oh, for fuck's... Oh, fuck you. Is that just like somebody did that in their garage? Please tell me that's what happened, because that's dumb and ugly. I'd be okay with that. Yeah? Go ahead with that. Oh, dear. No. That's a lazy front bumper rebadge. That doesn't look good. The rear end looks a little bit okay. But the front end is just so lazy. It's so lazy that I would think that it was owned by GM, to be honest. Would you like the 2024 Mustang? No, I don't like the newest version of Mustang. Like, I don't hate it. It just looks a little bit weird and like it's wearing a bit of like emo under eye paint sort of thing. Ford Mustang M81. Let's have a look. Is that a plain? Nope. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is like a Fox body thing. I don't know. I don't think I like that. Like, give me a wide body, but that doesn't look quite right. But it's also because the Fox body hatchback sort of thing just doesn't... It doesn't ring my bell. Ever seen the Mustang 2? Let's have a look at the Mustang 2. Is it the Mustang 2 the Mustang inning? Oh. Yeah, no. Oldsmobile Toronado, 1966. Oh. I've never seen this before, but that actually looks pretty cool. Did this actually get made? I like that. Like a vent with pop-up headlight sort of things. Can I see the rear? The rear. Yeah. I don't know what. So, I like it if it's not super expensive. If it's like there's way too many different colors of it for me to think that it was just a one-off concept. Why would they make it front-wheel drive? What is wrong with you? America, you need to talk to a therapist. Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, let's have a look at the engine. Let's see how at least they mounted it. Right in the middle of the front axle. Wait, it's behind the front axle? Mm-hmm. Oh. Weird. That's very weird. I think I need an adult. And somebody to update my memes from 15 years ago. Actually, I think I need an adult. It's only like 10 years ago. This is why you don't let board members design cars, because they're like, we can probably save about $20 per car if we don't put the axle in the rear with a drive shaft and instead put it in the front. And then they go, oh shit, this is a terrible car. Nobody's going to like it. So let's try to make it look really futuristic and say that we've done it for your benefit. A 7-liter? What? Seems over-engineered. It seems like a terrible package, because that engine would have to be really high up and probably offset a little bit to be able to fit a transmission and then to get it to go to the front. Mustang Mark II, I think I have, and I think I really like it. Once again, Mustangs until recently had never really been properly imported to Australia. No, I haven't. Oh, is it mid-engine? From this angle, it looks horrific. I don't know. This looks horrible. There's two different versions. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to see it now. Because this one not only has a bumper, but it also pinches a little bit more in the front, and the back end is distinctly higher. I feel like this is the older version, and this is the newer version. I don't like the newer version. Let's go ahead and time you out. Let's go 10 minutes. We don't like spam here. The Panther 6? Let's have a look. Don't get me wrong, I love a dual front axle. The problem is that the cabin is over the front wheels. The rear front wheels. There's also too many color options for me to think that it was a one-off. There's at least 3. And yeah, rear engine? Mid-engine? Looks rear engine. I like the quirkiness, but it also... They're like merging an older front nose style with like a rounded windshield sort of style, and then the back end doesn't look like it really matches the windshield, more matches the front. It's a bit... wrong. Oh yeah, the AU Coupe. I'll quickly show you that. So, this was kind of Ford's response to the Monaro, which actually went pretty gangbusters for being very high priced. And people really, oh my god. I always thought, I reckon I could make one of these if I kind of just chopped out the middle. It looks like somebody tried to do that, and it turned out horribly. Oh no, this was made in 2010? Oh no. So these AU Falcons, couple of $1,000s, especially back then, probably would have been like $500. No. You didn't think hard enough about it. Wait, did it have a vent on the side? No, it didn't. So the problem is the roof line comes more hatchbacky, and not that. Oh, you had such a good idea to try to make... So, let's not go too far without me just clarifying. I don't like this car. I think it was a really cool concept, and I've always thought I would love to try to make one. But you've done it wrong. You've just done it wrong. It's also shorter... No, it's not a shorter wheelbase. You've just kind of... What have you done? Oh, he extended the boot and brought the wheel in. So he didn't shorten the wheelbase. He didn't get rid of the rear door. He just kind of covered over the rear door and brought the rear windshield up. So, what you would have to do, and what they haven't done, is extend the door out. Now, I have learnt a lot from my experience making a coupe version. You would have to extend the front door out and then fill in the back door, and that would be enough. Now, the problem is design standard rules in Australia means that if you move the seatbelt locations or modify the seatbelt locations in any sort of way, you then have to basically make it a kit car and resubmit it for everything, and you're looking at a lot of money. So you can't really move the rear pillar of cars. What you would have to do is fake it by making an extended door skin that goes that far back and still have the door pillar, like the chassis pillar. Was it the B pillar? In the wrong place. Look up Hitler built an AU Falcon XR8 Coupe. Oh dear. Oh, that's not Hitler. That's Hillier. Is it? Yeah, Hillier. Ah. Okay. That I can get behind. This I cannot get behind. So, they extended the door. I feel that they've changed the rear window line to go up. Yeah, so if we have a look at a normal Falcon, you see that the body line just follows and kind of matches up with where the boot is. So they've done a fair chunk of work to move that up so seamlessly. Okay, 2022. Ford never built the AU Falcon. They did. They only just made one. And the Hillier brothers decided to do it instead. Do we get like a build log of any sort? Oh, here we go. Nice. Okay, so you can see here that they have added in some body shaping to make the rear area deck lid become more angled. They filled in the door. I feel they've probably chopped to bring that down a little bit as well. As you can see, they've notched it out a little bit. Filled in the door. And so if you have a look at a normal Falcon, you can see that the window comes down to a point. So this is a custom rear window shape. That would have been expensive. And you can see, they got the seam line in the door there where they extended the door out. Yeah. And they had to move the door handle and everything back. So they probably moved the pillar as well, considering that the pillar's not in the right place. I don't think they would have gotten this on the road unless they spent a fuck ton of money. Do they have? No, they've not talked about seatbelts. Legal. No. Road. Had. Good, okay, so search is actually working. How is there not road in an article about a car? Anyway, custom built. Factory looking AU two-door at the time. Street Machine called it the Ford Coupe should have built. It was, wait. At the time, Street Machine called it the Ford Coupe should have built. Brothers Tony and... Wait. Was this not made by Ford? Let's see if there's a wiki for it. Verti Automotive in the UK, A Utilities. Sea green, black coupes with the same engine. Oh. I never knew that. Anyway, following a deal with Ford Australia, the green car had become the Red 300 Plus concept. Wait, what? Huh. There was another one. I never saw this one. Anyway, sorry, I'm doing a little bit of research right now because I never knew about this. Okay, so I'm going to read the whole thing. In 2000, the Hillier brothers created a two-door AU Falcon Coupe based on the Forte's Spec X police car. This then debuted at Summernats Car Festival that year. Following a deal with Ford Australia, the green car then became the Red 300 Plus concept that then debuted in 2001 Melbourne Motor Show in order to obtain some interest away from the Holden Monaro stand at the motor show, which served as a marketing ploy. Damn it, is that all it ever was? Following this, Roman Autotech, now Autotech, okay, approached the Hiller brothers to produce another show car. However, this time it would be made with more extreme guys. The Ford Arrow Coupe then debuted the following year at 2002 Melbourne Motor Show. Hillier with AEC and Ford began to plan a low production run. What's AEC? Where'd that come from? Ford Arrow Coupe? Is that what? No. It's not Roman Autotech. Anyway, and Ford began to plan a low production run of 100 Hillier coupes, which they planned to sell for $135,000, which in 2002, that's a lot of money. Orders were taken for up to 20 cars instead of the original 100. Ford then left the project, killing off the Hillier coupe for a small-scale production. Only 3 coupes were made: the Ford 300 concept car, the Aerotech Arrow Coupe, and the Red XR8 Coupe. So let's have a look at this Ford Arrow Coupe. That's the one I know. And it's hideous, by the way. I don't like this one at all. Okay. So is this the first one? But they said it was green. Debbie is someone that's following the deal. The green car. I only see 2. I don't see another coupe. You know, aside from that one. Fuck me. You're falling asleep? All right, Thea, the crasher. Seems like you're the sort of person that tends to crash out. Maybe they repainted it? Oh, you're right, but there is no pictures of it either. I kind of want to buy an AU Falcon and do this to it. And yes, I prefer the actual headlights to the rounded ones sometimes when done right. I just kind of like it. It's disappointing that they only gave it one shot to get pre-orders for it, though. I suppose the overarching big problem is nobody liked the AU Falcon. Everyone thought it was ugly at the time. Saab 93, all Saabs are boring. Phil, one last question before I leave. Do you like the C7 and the C8 Corvettes? Those are my favorite cars ever. Yeah, I tend to like all Corvettes. Even the mid-jolt? The mid-engine ones. Because I want to vibe and drive? Sure. Love how it looks, and concept cars look amazing in red, like the Saab EV1. All right, we'll have a look at the Saab EV1, because I've not heard of that. I bet you it's just a boring Saab. Saab EV1. Oh. Well, it's not boring. It's also not good looking. For fuck's sake. That's kind of ugly. That's weirdly proportioned. Oh, there's only 2 pictures of it? Great. Alright, what else we got in here? Ford Aero Coupe with the Mercedes. Yeah, that Mercedes, that tried to look like the Ford AU Falcon, hideous. Absolutely ugly. Jack might have a word with you for saying that. What? What are we talking about? The Mustang was originally a mid-engine car. I think you're confabulating. Holden Ute SSV6 SSV 6-liter V8 is the best Holden. Didn't also you've not got the model in there, so that doesn't help. I think Tavares just did a video. I watched it, so I know he did. It's just I had to remember if it was Tavares or somebody else. So that was a VE. Yeah, this thing. I don't think he had a HSV, but I did find it funny that he pointed at some point to saying that a car had Holden badges when he actually, at that point, pointed at a HSV badge. It was funny. That Saab car is an automation car IRL? Sure. Have we seen the Toyota Serra? Not the most exciting, but funky. That's the little gull-wing car, right? Yeah. I mean, if it didn't have the gull wings, I probably wouldn't be interested in it. With the gull wings, I would kind of want to own one, even though it's front-wheel drive and really old and probably doesn't handle very well. Let's go to car sales. Let's see if there is any of these for sale. Like, you used to see them a little bit more around Australia. Toyota Serra. One car. $11,000. Fuck you. Why can't I just... There we go. I do like them. They're not the most stunning looking car. Oh, it's an automatic as well. Do we get any specs with this? No power rating, which is the 1.5 liter. Sure, whatever. Cars are goofy. My ear is plugged, and it's very annoying. Yeah, I get that. I haven't had that in a while, though, thank God. Almost bought one for 4K, but I just couldn't see it being worth it. How much was this one? 11,000. That's too much. I'd pay like $3,000 for this. AutoZam AZ1, I like them. 1962 Mustang 1. Is that not front engine? I mean, it's got the scoop to have like a back engine, but the front is so big and unutilized. Ford Mustang 1 mid-engine open 2-seater concept car with aluminium bodywork that was built by Ford in the 90s. Although it shared a few design elements with the final production version, it did lend its name to the line. Ah. Concept design. Car was head engineered for the Ford Mustang project, supervised development of the Ford Mustang in a record 18 months, while championed the project of the Ford Division General Manager, drawing on inspiration from the mid-engine Ford Mustang 1 Coupe. Ford Mustang 1 concept. Leah Iacocca ordered the development of a new small car to the vice president of design. Okay, so what it really sounds like is they made a concept car and then made another car and took the name from this concept car. So, do I consider this a Ford Mustang? No, not really. I'd say this is a concept car where they kind of took a bit of an idea from, and that was kind of it. Is it technically, though? Yes. I tried vibing and driving, and then I spun out and then rolled over my car. Damn. I'm towing my car now. Great. Holden what? A tester concept. Oh. Is this a convertible? I'm not sure what I'm looking at. So it's got a take-offable roof, but why is it a split boot? And why is this a toy car? And is it a toy car? It's hard to tell. No, I think that's a real car. All right. What is the purpose of this? Nope, that's a toy car. Holden Utster. Okay. The Holden Utster was a one-off concept produced by Holden, unveiled at the Melbourne Motor Show. Ute worked in conjunction with CarTech and the Utster was considered to be an evolution of the Holden Ute. The Utster used an engine of the Holden's mounted blah blah blah. In conjunction with six-speed man, the Utster was in unique interiors, black theme throughout the Alpine Entertainment, like a yellow blah blah blah, unique 19-inch wheel, blah blah blah. Deck lid was split into a fold design with the front section used for holding the removable top and rear glass panels, and the rear section used as a traditional cargo bed. Is that it? So the idea was to make a Ute less usable. That's a terrible concept idea. Holy shit, my BeamNG is still open. Forgot to change that. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, no, that's a terrible idea. So there is that one convertible that Richard Hammond drove in a Grand Tour thing. But I feel that would have been even more usable. What this is worse than a Ute and worse than a crew cab. Because the crew cabs basically make a Ute useless. So if you don't know what a crew cab is, so it's these things. Or like even with a formed body. These are not usable as a Ute, and they're not usable as really a daily because it's too big and cumbersome, mostly in Australia. And you also can't really secure things. They can get stolen quite easily. Crew cabs. So Utes usually hold their value here in Australia. Crew cabs used market really, really plummets. Really what you want is a station wagon or an SUV enclosed back end. The only thing that you're really going to benefit from this is if maybe you need to carry something that's cumbersomely large but not actually large, say like a TV. A TV isn't really a big item, but unfortunately it doesn't really fit inside of like a Ute. An SUV sort of thing, because it might just stand a little bit tall. You could probably lean it over, but then you may be worried about flex and maybe damaging it a little bit. A lawnmower keeps it out of the main cabin of the car. They just, yeah, their resale is horrible because they're actually really impractical. The VE Concept Coupe was a good-looking car. I also just think that the VE was the first good-looking good-looking car that they'd made in a very long time. That's my personal opinion, but I feel that they'd been off their game for a good 20 years at that point, in my opinion. The only reason why they sold so well leading up to this car is because the only other option was Ford Falcons, like, realistically. And Ford had the AU, which was horrible, the EB, which was horrible, and the BA was bland. But the BA clawed back some of their market share, especially with the FPV cars, and then Holden probably were like, okay, well, we need to design a good car, there's no more world car, and this was the first ever Australian designed and built car. Well, you know, apart from Ford Falcons. Ford had actually been the sort to design cars in Australia, but Holden not so much. So this was the first Holden ever. Wait, you don't like the look of this Holden? Really? Like, I don't like the rear taillights. I think the taillights were a mistake. But I like this car. Coupe looks so badass. Nice. I'm glad you agree. Look at the Dodge Tomahawk. Is that just an SUV? Am I going to be disappointed in you? Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, I thought this was a cool thing. I liked it. I mean, I don't really care for motorbikes. Mercedes Vision 111. Is that like the weird fish thing, or am I mistaken? I don't know. I don't care about Mercedes. What the fuck happened to the back? Oh, no, it's just some weird lighting. I mean, I like it. The front end looks a little bit like a dustbuster. But I like it. When did this come out? See, I would say that this is probably a little bit more of a recent one in the last 10 years, maybe. But then I see that the fact that they've got like... Oh, wait, no, that's not it. I thought that was a scantily clad model. I couldn't really see it in the low res. I was going to say, because of that, it's probably much older. I always thought that this Mercedes looked a little bit weird and disproportionate. It was a cool idea, but yeah. I don't like the weird rear haunch from this angle. I don't like it. From the back end, it looks a little bit better. Now I noticed, yeah, right here, this car becomes hideously ugly. Everywhere else, though, I kind of like it. So looking at cars, yeah, that's what we're doing. Look at the refresh title. The old one looks better. Opel Kadett E something or other. Hold on. That's, yep, there we go. What's this? Is that a Ford? That looks like a Ford Sierra on the front. Weird. Mercury Messenger concept. What do we got here? We saw something that looked a little bit like this earlier, didn't we? Kind of also a little bit of BMW i8-ish with its straight lines and like a similar rear wheel hunch. I don't like the back end at all. Would I like to drive this? Yeah, I think I would. Doesn't look good there, though. What's the other one? America got a small turbo 4-cylinder coupe and like the 2010 sort of era. What's that? I think it's a Pontiac. Proton Jumbuck. I like the Proton Jumbuck. I think they're okay. They used to be around a lot, but then they died off. I think maybe Proton didn't have particularly longevity in their cars, because I don't see them anymore. Concept cars will always be unnecessarily smooth? Maybe. Pontiac Solstice. Is that what I'm thinking? Yeah, this thing. We never got this in Australia, but I like it. Like, I get the fact that this front bumper is a bit weird and the headlights are maybe a little too soft and roundy. But I like this. I like convertibles, sorry. So shoot me. It's just how I grew up. I just liked convertibles. Fuck me. But I like this. Am I wrong? Because I don't see much about these. I just saw that one video of a guy that turboed his mother's one to give it like 400 horsepower, and she doesn't like fast cars. Do you like the Pontiac Solstice? Yes, no, not sure. Let's get a poll going. I want to learn more about this. Was it based on anything in particular? Pontiac Solstice was a convertible sports car. It was produced by Pontiac from 2005 to 2010. Introduced in 2004 International Motor Show. The Solstice Roadster began production in mid-2005. Wow, that's much older than what I thought. I didn't realize it was so old. Because I never saw it, because it never came to Australia. It is powered by a naturally aspirated 2.4-litre inline-4, producing the exterior... what's the, front mid-engine? Oh, nice. Good. Rear-wheel drive. That makes me happy. That's just only front engine rear-wheel drive. That's not front mid-engine. Is this not a good handling car? Does it handle badly? I swear I've seen one of those in Australia. Really? Let's go have a look. Yeah, flashbang. Pontiac. Let's have a look at models. Solstice, there is one for sale. $55,000 though. That's a lot of money for an old car. What's its stats? Show me what your specs are. Show me what your specs are. 200 kilowatts from a 4-cylinder? That's not bad. 5,300 RPM, 353 Newton meters. That's pretty decent. And is it left-hand drive? Or is it right-hand drive? Yeah, it's wrong side drive, unfortunately. They didn't convert it for Australian roads. How'd they get this on the road then? Pre-owned purchase 2008, imported to Australia. In Australia, this 2-seater soft-top convertible, and they traveled 13,000 kilometers unmarked concourse condition. The vehicle comes complete with a full set of Pontiac Solstice service manuals. Left-hand drive vehicle is now registered in Western Australia with Class A unrestricted licensing, and with no right-hand conversion required. This car is a car for motoring enthusiasts. Okay, cool. Wow, it seems that I am mistaken on how much people like it. Like, I get that the front bumper is not great. I get that. But I like the different colored window thing. It just kind of looks like a funky car. And there we go, that one. I like that picture. Not the color, but I like that picture. I suppose it's also the novelty, because it just never came to Australia. I think it looks good in black, but I also like vibrant colors. Custom cars off the list of requirements. Superfast Matt's Dodge Viper and Honda S600 are both pretty undeniably cool. Sure. I mean, Mustangs, those cars are just cool on their own. Okay, so I think we're going to end the voting there. It seems that 44% like it. 26% say no, and 30% say not sure. So not even 50% of the public like the Solstice. Is it based on anything? Platform. They had a platform called the Kappa. Oh, that's hilarious. Is that the face he makes? I can't even remember. What cars were made on the Kappa platform? Kappa General for roadster application. The architecture debuted in 2006 Pontiac Solstice and 2007 Saturn Sky. That looks better, I think. Looks a little voxely though. And ended in production in 2009. These vehicles generally have an M in the fourth digit of their... Okay, Kappa... Okay, well, let's do the same thing. That's the wrong thing. Start a poll. Do you like the Saturn Sky? I don't know what a Saturn is. I'm assuming some American brand. Not sure. Start poll. The Schwimmen wagon, isn't that the truck? Like the low slung truck thingy? Oh. Weird. Some sort of weird amphibious car. All right, let's see what the comparison in voting is. Oh, a lot more people like this. Like, we're up to 67% like this compared to the 40-something of the last one. Back end's still a bit, you know. And that badge just reminds me of that British lawsuit of a, like, Sky networking, like, channel network thing that sued No Man's Sky over the use of Sky in their name, which should not have succeeded, by the way. They should have been shot. Oh, it comes in manual. Ooh. All right, let's see if there's a Saturn Sky. Is there Saturn anything? Nope, no Saturn. It seems that Saturn just didn't do very well in Australia. We're getting a lot less people voting on this one. So maybe it's just a lot of people with no opinions. But it looks like this one is liked a hell of a lot more. And I think it is just a more angular front end and whatnot. I think I like both, honestly. I think if the front grille came up just a little bit higher, it would maybe look a little bit nicer. To have like a uniformly rounded front nose kind of weird design as opposed to just a little bit droopy. I still like that. I would buy one. You want more front grille on that? Yeah, I think more grille would make it look better. The Chevy SSR, that was the convertible ute thing, right? What is the Mercury Comet Cyclone? Just looks like some car. You'd be happy with either Philman for sure? Sure. I think we'll end that poll. That's good. Look up the Opel Omega Lotus 2.0 1990. It was a monster truck back then. Oh, not monster, just a monster. Yeah, wasn't this like one of the most stolen cars in England at the time? England has a lot of crime. Like a lot of crime. The Lotus Carlton, yeah. Terrible, terrible name. But yeah, I believe these were like really, really heavily stolen because they were just incredibly fast and nothing the cops do could keep up with it. Poll on this one would be good. I don't know what that is. Let's have a look. Looks Spanish. Ugh. Oh. Oh, it's hideous. Do you hate me? Is that why you've put this in front of me? Oh, no. Okay, let's go away from that. Let's go back to the dull, really super uninteresting looking family sedan that has like a body kit on it. I know that there's more happening under the thing, yeah. Not as much of the States? I don't know about that. I do feel that England is probably one of the highest crime in developed countries in the world, probably. Opel GT Solstice? Let's have a look. That's the same thing. I wish this came to Australia. But I bet you they didn't because they thought it would butcher their Holden Astra convertible sales. You know what they also got in England was in England was the VX 220, which was a rebodied Lotus. Fuck, I want that. Not because, like, back in the day I thought this looked amazing. It has, in my opinion, aged poorly. It doesn't look ugly yet. It just doesn't look good or great. But the idea of getting a Lotus for much, much cheaper, even if it is a Vauxhall, that's pretty cool. I like that. But that's also because I really fucking love Lotus. The Pontiac Solstice was the Opel GT. Cool. They tried that weird concept car tried to be an Audi R8. Fair enough. Happy New Year, Jason. Hope you had a good one. And Michael Lawrence. Crime index of 46.9 in the UK, 46.7 in Australia. Really? Maybe it's just theft is a lot more common in England and we have more violent crimes, maybe? I don't know. But theft is not that big of a thing here in Australia. I also feel that that crime index may not be a good stat to go by. VXR Turbo. Now, I've also lived in Darwin Park, which is one of the highest crime rate areas in Australia. I lived there for a good 6 years, but I also lived there when I was even younger for 6 months-ish. Probably more like 5 months. And there was only 2 things that ever happened. One, a car window got smashed because I accidentally left my wallet invisible thing in my car, and I didn't realize that I'd done that. That was really dumb of me. So kind of asking for it because I also parked on the street. The other one was, weirdly, and I don't understand why, but they took the hose clamp end off of my hose. Not the hose itself, just the clampy bit. They're like a 50-cent thing back in the day. It was weird. That's it. That's all that happened in like 6 to 7 years-ish. Theft is kind of not common here either. But I hear so much about theft, and it just doesn't happen here. You know, apart from shops, maybe? Even then, that's still quite low. You also have stabby here. We get that occasionally. Wait, when did I look this up? I do know that this was considered much better than the normal Holden Astra, but also still Very unreliable. I don't even... My ADD kicked in then and looked up a car that I do not remember doing anything. I do not remember reading it. I do not remember searching for it or anything. How did that happen? What happened? I literally blacked out. ADD to the rescue. Sorry, not to the rescue. To the... I don't know. ADD! Please, man, look up the Lancia Musa. Alright. That's pretty ugly. I could tell that somebody really wanted the grille to be on there, but they also wanted that really low drag coefficient. So they laid the grille down on the hood. Fire that person. 1964 Mercury Aurora station wagon. Alright. Oh my. I get what they were going for, but that is just ugly. It just... The lines don't work, nothing works there. That is an ugly car. Especially from this angle. Oh. From the other angles, I couldn't see this, like, weird, cool vent situation going on like that. That's kind of interesting. But it looks like a hearse from this angle. Lancia was always a luxury brand? What? Lancia was a luxury brand? What the fuck are you on? Lancia was always a race car brand that just got bought up by companies that probably shouldn't have bought it up. Except for when it got bought by Ferrari. Bruh, what is this goofy R car? Thema would be cool, except the 300 rebadge. You know what I learnt? Is we got a 300 that you didn't get in America. 300C SRT8 wagon. Apparently, maybe I'm wrong. Apparently you didn't get this in America, but we got it here. Phil, search mid-engine Mustang Mark II. I think we already saw that. I want this thing having, please. Wait, what? This? Look at the Baton Mantide. Oh. If you ever need to show that Bertone, or Bertone, I don't know how to pronounce it, doesn't know how to design cars, just show them this example. Thema 300C is a V6 only? I don't know what that means. Dodge Magnum? You got a Dodge Magnum SRT8? Alright, maybe I was wrong then. It's just a Dodge Magnum. We got the Dodge version, which was called the Magnum. Coolest Therma, in my opinion, is the 8.2. I don't know what a Therma is. What's this Therma thing? Oh, yeah, just some boring. Oh, then it becomes the 300Z. So I think what it is that we got was specifically the Chrysler version of the wagon SRT8. Not the Dodge Magnum. I think that's really it. I don't know. It's just something I heard offhandedly on Redriven, which is a YouTube channel that reviews used cars. Renault Gordini... What? Renault Gordini Dauphine. It looks kind of stupid. That's all I got to say. It's the same Bertone who designed the Stratos. Yeah. And also designed the Volvo 262, which I don't like the front end of it, but I really fucking love the Volvo 262. I had one for a short while, but it was too much work. Lancia Therma has Ferrari engine. Oh my god, it's transverse. Why would you do that? I'm sorry, Lancia. You had some good cars, but you've had a lot of duds. Looks like a sad A110. Yeah, I don't like Alpine or whatever they are. The goofiest French car for me is the Renault. What the? And the Aventine. I don't remember what the Aventine is. Velsatis. I wouldn't say it's. Like, it's a little bit goofy. Is it the goofiest? No. But the Aventine, that's the weird one that the Top Gear guys like, right? I wrote it wrong. Ah, yes. I kind of like this for its door and just how much of a glass house it has. Now, in Australia, this thing would just be hell. You would not want to be in this thing because the moment it gets anywhere close to sun, this thing is going to become 1,000 million degrees. Weirdly, the only place hotter than actually on the sun in the solar system would be inside of one of those in Australia in the middle of summer. But I like just how big and open how big the door is and how it doesn't open very much to actually be that far open. I think that's kind of cool. I hate the back end. What are your thoughts on the old Pontiac Stinger and Ford Splash concept? Well, let's have a look at the Pontiac Stinger. Oh. It's weirdly, oddly not well proportioned. It's funky, but it's not nice. What's it, the Ford Splash? Let's have a look at the Ford Splash. You said concept. I don't like what I'm seeing at the moment. It almost looks a little bit better. You know what it looks like? It looks like an ATV that they put a body on. Kind of like the UTV that they've got in BeamNG. It's weird. It's not as ugly as the other one, but it's still pretty ugly. Please look at the 1990 Dodge Daytona RT concept. I think I've seen this one before. Yeah, it's a bit middle of the road. Yeah, I don't like it. I think we already looked at this. Oh God, Dad of the Aztec? Yeah, I don't like the Aztec. A cool car is the Lincoln Mark 678. Okay, didn't get Lincoln anywhere else in the world. That is not a cool car. That is actually ugly. Oh my God, it gets uglier. That is a very ugly car. Cobra powered? Does this thing have like... Is it fast? If it's fast, it might be a little bit cool, but otherwise, this is a fugly-ass car. Oh, that's so bad. Alfa Romeo 1 Pro Car V10. All right, let's have a quick look at that. What the fuck? Interesting. I get the feeling that this thing was probably made to try to get around to the, what was it in Europe? The touring cars? DTM. To get around DTM rolls. So they could have a mid-engine and a V10 in it. That'd be just like the sort of thing. Okay, let's just make these and sell them all to, like, the board members. Zagato, something or other, AZ1. Oh, the mirrors are in there. Oh, it doesn't have mirrors. Doug DeMera did a video on it? I'll watch that later. Hmm. I don't know how to feel. Is it at least rear-wheel drive? Or all-wheel drive? I'm gonna go turn the AC on. Give me a minute. How long have I been streaming? 4 hours? I'm gonna get something to eat as well. Pasta leftovers. Alright, I'm just gonna dig into a bit of this. Good. Alright. Nissan Leopard F31. It just looks like a Nissan Silvia with a more luxury front end. Weird. I'm actually going to ask on this car. We'll run it for a very short amount of time. Do you like this weird car? Yes, no. I don't know. Stop poll. Because I don't know if I like it or not. I can't tell. I kind of do, but it also doesn't look right. Some of this pasta is unfortunately dried out, so it's crunchy. Ugh. It seems that 63% of people are saying that they do like it. And then there's like 32% of people saying, I don't know, and 5% saying no. So let's go ahead and end that. I found the weirdest car. It's called the something or other Scarab. 1932 Scout Scarab. I don't know if this is the weirdest car, but it is weird. This is a sort of design that was happening at the time all around Europe. They were doing weird things, getting closer and closer to ultimately the Volkswagen Beetle, like the 2CV and all that sort of stuff as well. (2015) Toyota Crown. Athlete. That's kind of ugly. Yeah. Like if we look here. Is it not Shazam? Maybe I'm thinking of a different superhero. But that's kind of the sort of vibe I get from that. Not a big fan. Oh, that piece of plaster is fully dried out. God damn it, can't get it out. Let's check that out. Mercedes T80? Alright, let's go dunk on a Mercedes for a second. Because I don't like Mercedes as a company. Oh, okay. Yeah, the land speed record car. A misunderstanding of how aerodynamics work, but, you know, it did well. Nobody really fully understood aero at the time. What a hell of a long name this one is. Oh. What? Well, they wouldn't be making a sale to me with this thing. Also, unibody utes like this are not particularly practical. The reason being is sometimes you need a bigger tub for doing work. So, for instance, Ford Falcon Ute, you can see that they've got like a separate body on the back end so that they can fit on trays like this. So, they look sleek, but they're not really meant for doing work. Mercedes is the best car company? Have you tried to own one? Yeah, I've seen this car before. It was also front-wheel drive. This was front-wheel drive? That's a terrible idea. Okay, I've seen you put up the Lancia Hyena a few times, so let's put that one in. Was this a concept, or did they actually make this? Because it looks like a concept that they wouldn't have released. Also, the front grille area does not match the rest of the design language. My problem is not with the Mercedes cars themselves, it's with their company's practices with making the cars break down and have huge financial ramifications for anybody that gets stuck with, like, the big breakdowns. Here in Australia, it's a particularly big issue, and it's why their resale value plummets like shit. Oh, and people think they're way better than what they actually are. Like, they're a status symbol, not actually a good car. Like, they're okay cars, but they're a status symbol before anything else. And this is just a dull car. I'm so uninterested in this. Alright. Let's look at Ferrari, a company that we all hate here. Sure, great. Okay, Dodge Demon? Let's have a look at that. Isn't that just a coupe sort of thing? Oh! I've not seen this one before. It looks like they were trying to copy the Audi TT's homework. Crossed with like a Volkswagen Beetle almost. Yeah, like this kind of bit of a body line and then the sloped, rounded back end like that. It looks like somebody really liked the Audi TT over there. All right, let's have a look at the Delta. Oh, God, that's so dull. Sorry. Ford Evo's concept. All right. So help me God, if this is another SUV, I will be pissed off. If that is actually what it looks like, which is a normal sort of coupe thing, I actually kind of like that. So, in my opinion, Ford everywhere except Australia, because in Australia they tended to make higher quality cars, have their problems. Here in Australia, their problem was that they made usually ugly cars. But in the rest of the world, they make generally pretty good-looking cars. Not always, but pretty good-looking. And you can't fault them on that. I like that. Do I think it's going to go into production? No! Mirrors aren't big enough. Headlights seem to be high enough. The whole nose cone situation, as opposed to having a separate bumper and hood and whatnot, would mean that it would need to have body lines put in so then you can reach the, 5 mile an hour crash, no damage threshold thingy that they need to do. And then they just do what they do with every concept car, which is make it look nothing like the concept car, then call it that thing, and then the dumb people will buy it and be like, oh, it's so good, oh. Wait, compare it to the production? Is Ford Evo's a car? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, do you want an car? It looks like they tried to make it aggressive, but also not stand out in any way whatsoever, to the point where it's just car. If you covered up that Ford badge, what car company is that? It looks like a new Mazda. Sure. It also looks like maybe a Hyundai, I think. The Ital Design Columbia? Kia or Hyundai? Yeah. I think the same thing. Ford, get out of your own way. Feel free to take a slight gamble. Ever so slight. Like, unfortunately, if we just go back, this could be like the Ford Focus replacement. Like, do they even make the Ford Focus anymore, or have they given up on that too because it doesn't make boom sales for everything? Focus 2024. No, they still make it. And I think it looks very generic and boring. And that's also probably the sports model. I bet you that's the sports model. Yeah, here's the non-sports model. And it just looks like car. Whereas this actually looks pretty cool. I don't mind that this would be front-wheel drive. Now, you can tell that it's front-wheel drive because the windshield is really far forward and the front nose sticks out a little bit. It might be mid-engine, but I very much doubt it. It's probably also an EV. If this was an EV, it'd probably be one of the better-looking EVs out there, if not probably the best consumer, like, normal price SUV. Looks like a Hyundai. Yeah, a little bit. They need to bring back the Ford Fusion or Taurus. Sure. This is an i3 only in Europe? This car? Or are you talking about the other thingy? Like this. I don't know. So uninteresting. Phil, I've seen that concept car in person in Australia, Sydney Motor Show 2012. Really? This is from 2012? Huh. I love it. I would own this car. They need a new Ford Probe. The problem is you're saying they need things like the Ford Probe and all that sort of stuff that would all be made into SUVs. Ford is allergic to risk. What they need is for every car to be the best-selling car. Not make a good car that very well services particular markets and sells the amount that it needs to sell. They need to make the most amount of profit possible. It can't be profit. It can't be a lot of profit. It has to be the maximum profit. And then they go ahead and stick a Mustang badge on an SUV that weighs 6,000 pounds and is an EV. Because they cannot not make the most amount of profit ever. And then cut budgetary things and make a wet belt that has to be serviced more and whatnot. And they knew it was going to be like that because not everybody services perfectly. Just so then they can sell more parts and then take those old cars off the road because then eventually they'll stop selling parts. So then you have to buy a new car. Make sedans great again. Give me the ownership of Ford, please. Yeah, I swear to God. Not just sedans, wagons, estates as well. Sure. No wonder why Ford in Thailand only ever sold Ranger and Everest. Sure. Yeah, life is hard. Make Phil the owner, actually. Look up Hyundai Palisade 2025. See, the thing is Ford shareholders would hate me because I would make less profit, but I would make a better product that would eventually take over the whole world because it would be reliable. So people would get a good-looking car and never, like, I would just kind of listen more to the designers and not try to design by committee. And they would be really, really reliable and nobody would have anything to complain about. Now, this is the most dull thing I've seen all day. It's just an SUV. Another brick in the wall. Hey, teacher. Anyway. Oh, it's hideous. I can't believe you've done this. To me, by telling me about this car. That was horrible. I think Ford is planning on making a Mustang sedan. They wouldn't, because SUVs make a hell of a lot more money. Even if they put a Mustang badge on it, that's too much of a risk. What's dumber? Looking at the Kia Tasman? Oh, that's actually ugly. It's ill-proportioned. And is like Sid the Sloth. Are they not the same? I think I'm... Wait, do I have to do the thing where I go cross-eyed to see the differences in the image? The P900 looks better than the Ferrari. Is that another Ferrari? Oh, no, it's that weird thing. Sure, whatever. I just don't like Ferrari. There's a company. Mustang station wagon on the way. Okay, that would be cool if it was a shooting brake. That's it from my stage? Yeah. The Ineos Grenadier isn't that interesting visually, but it's a cool car. Unless it has a twin V16 engines powered by rotaries somehow, I don't know. Don't ask questions. This is shit. Avenue pickup and Hummer wagons are absolutely dead. Toyota Crown crossover. All right, let's have a look. Toyota Crown crossover. Are you saying it should cross over with something? Isn't the Toyota Crown meant to be a luxury sedan? That's also very... Why have they got a Ferrari here? Like, that's probably not Ferrari, but they've just stolen Ferrari headlight design language. They probably got a lawsuit from Ferrari, which is why there's only, like, one picture of that. So dull. Look up the Neo Eve Plus. If you can see through those windows on the side, that's kind of cool. But also, I mean, I like it. It's just a bit... So my problem with this is I look at it and there's some really cool things going on here. Nothing particularly special, like in terms of concept cars. But I just know it's going to be slow. It's going to be way more than what it should cost. And it's going to be plush, is the word I would use. Not a driver's car. Which is fine. Not everything needs to be a driver's car. Kia PBV. I do like Kia generally. Oh. Weird. That is some of the weirdest 3D modeling of humans I have ever seen. Sure. Okay. I like the 1 and the 7. 1 because it's cute and small and it's like a little van hatchback thingy. And then 7, I like the glass house sort of thing we got going on here. Very early 2000s sci-fi sort of look. 2006. Nah, hold on. No. Oh, nope. Yep, hold on. Ah, fuck you, you shit. 2006 Ford something or other concept. This, so incredibly dull. That, a little bit more interesting because it looks like the whole thing is made out of brushed metal of some sort. This kind of looks like a funky shit, but once again, it's a big SUV and doesn't need to exist. Okay, moving on. Don't know where the name of that ends, to be honest. Isn't this like the low-tech C1000 sort of thing? Like a one-off car made for a billionaire? I remember seeing this growing up and thinking it was the coolest thing ever. Then it's aged pretty poorly. Some Chinese EV, more wheeled... S9. Something or other S9. They just put letters together. Oh, yeah. So isn't this the one where you can yell at the windshield and the voice recognition inside will do things like unlock the car and whatnot? Or am I thinking of a different Chinese car? Because I know that was a thing that a few Chinese cars did. The Honda T880. Can you fucking load in already, Google? God damn it. Alright, well, apparently no image is going to load in. Yeah, it's interesting. But I don't really care for it. That's cute and cool, but it's ugly. That one loaded in. Sure, it's a utility vehicle, but at least they've tried to make it look interesting, so I like it. Kind of. There's just something off about it, though, and I can't really tell. It could be that the grill is offset, and I only just noticed that. But I don't think so. Anyway, moving on. Mercedes VRC. Alright, let's go dunk on some Mercedes again. What? Oh my god. They came from like the ugly era of Mercedes and thought, let's make it uglier. Great Wheel Aura fursuit? Wait, what? Futurist. The Chinese don't know English or like any other language, I swear. Like these people that make these weird names. And just put letters together to make it look like it might be an English word to them. That's kind of cool, though. I don't like the fact that the rear end is longer than the front end overhang. Like, if they made that into, like, a speed tail sort of thing, as opposed to, like, a sedan, what I should say is, I don't mind speed tails having a longer rear end than a front end. But this just looks a little bit weird because of it. Aside from that, I kind of like it. The interior looks like it's right out of the 1990s. You know, sorry, early 2000s. You know the sex spec? That's what sorry, hiccup burp sort of thing. That looks like a sex spec interior that were very popular here. A Nissan of some sort? Alright, probably gonna be ugly. Damn it. Oh my god, it is. What? Oh my god. ATS GT, American Trucking Simulator GT. Alrighty. In terms of supercars, it's another brick in the wall. Like, if you didn't know what brand that was, you'd be looking at that going, the rear end at least looks a little, fuck you, Wikipedia and the small bullshit image. Alright. The rear end at least looks somewhat unique enough. The front end, not so much. It just looks like an car. Like, it looks so bland, it could almost be on a sedan. Like, that's how, like, on a normal commuter car. Like, a sporty one, yeah. Bit bland. And then the side just looks like a hodgepodge of they went, oh, I like this design, I like this design, I like this design, and then put them all together and realized that they didn't match. I call it eclectic, the Joss P1. Isn't that a Zonda almost? With like McLaren rear tail lights? Crowdfunded supercar. Alright. Hold on. Motorwagon 3rd Gen. I mean, I don't really like Volkswagen in the first place because they're just a bit dull in their design. Especially their sedans. They're just so boring. So uninteresting. Joss is an Australian failed supercar maker, just like every other supercar maker in Australia. Australia's not great with supercars, unfortunately. Or anything. To be honest, we just have a very small market. Cooper or something or other. I've heard of the Cooper. What's the Cooper again? Why do you keep sending me SUVs? What is wrong with you? Oh my god, no, I don't want that either. There we go. We'll have a look at this weird and kind of ugly thing. That's maybe just a bad picture. There it looks a little bit like that noble something or other. Cross with, at this angle, a little bit of gumpet. Gumpet? I don't remember how to pronounce it. ATS was founded by an ex-Ferrari engineer, so yeah, they tried to make it look like a Ferrari from the 60s. Passat B9, no, I'm not interested anymore. Cadillac Cintiq, fuck, damn it, god damn it, Cadillac Cintiq. Ugh. I was about to say that back end looks like it would be worrisome. Then I saw this, and yeah, that's pretty ugly. That's an unpleasant thing to look at. Gordon Murray T50? Yeah, I don't think any of his cars, like the T50 and what was the other one, the T25? I don't think they look particularly good. Please look at the 16 Dodge Dart, a 60s Dodge Dart. Oh. Okay, well, the new one looks like just some boring econo car, front-wheel drive most likely. And then that actually looks like a small muscle car. Probably came with a V8, probably a 440 V8, which is a big engine. Fuck you, Dodge. Anyway, moving on. Nazca C2? We looked at that already. Romeo C8? I think I've seen that one already. Are we going in circles? Oh, that's just C8. Alfa Romeo C8. Oh, that's not a part of it. Okay, that was my mistake. The Xiaomi SU7. Yeah, let's have a look at another. Yeah, this is the one that they could yell through the windshield, I think, to unlock it. It also looks so incredibly generic. Like they tried to copy Porsche, but then thought, you know what? Let's just get the blur modifier and just make everything just a little bit less detailed and more boring. Oh. Oh, God damn it. I kind of like it. But I like it as like a $30,000 to $40,000 sports car. What is the price? $95,000. Oh, sorry, European francs. I don't know. Fuck it. My brain isn't working. I think I'm getting close to the end of my stream because my brain no worky do. Porsche plus McLaren? Yeah, a little bit. Why do you keep putting SUVs in front of me? The Galant VR4, I think, is an ugly car. More importantly, the wagon version, the Legrand VR4. Mitsubishi did not have... Oh, what the fuck just... Oh. Yeah. Yeah, pretty ugly. I don't like the looks of these cars. I think they are just not good looking, in my opinion. Back in the day, they did okay, but I feel that, like, 15 years ago, they stopped aging well and just started to look not great. Kind of like an S14. Like the first version of the S14. Kind of that, like, you could see that it was probably good at one point, but not so much. Mercedes-Benz T80, I think I already looked at that, but we'll have a look. Yeah, we looked... Oh, you do mean this? I bet you the engine is a new concept where they tried to make the engine block out of plastic, and it is designed to last exactly the length of the warranty, and then is fitted with like little detonators to completely obliterate it. Peugeot movie. I think I've seen this one before. Oh, no, I have not. Huh. Sure. Leave it to the French to be like, you know what car people want? Not a car. PL Trident? Is that like a successor to the P50? Nope, okay. Volkswagen Concept T, and I think that'll be the last one because I am tired and grumpy, apparently. I'm getting really grumpy with these cars. You guys send me shit. Like SUVs all the time. Fuck me. I will say, though, that's actually a pretty cool car. I don't like SUVs, but that does look better. Hold on. What's it? Nissan Juke. That's what that is. Did you see the BMW M9? Yeah, I think I did. It was like a four-door version of the M6, I think. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here today. I am tired. I am grumpy and grouchy. Thank you to Muscle Freak Guy for goddamn 31 Australian dollars. That is a lot of money. That's a lot. This is a lot. WStream, thank you very much. Seems that you agreed with every one of my opinions. And that is validation. And that means that I was always right. I know this is kind of funky, but I also hate SUVs. But it looks like it could be low slung. If that could be a low slung sports car, I think I would kind of... off-road car. I think I would like that. But it's probably... It just looks small compared to probably like 60,000-inch wheels and tires. So, Happy New Year's, everybody. Funny stream. I think I'll spin facts. Hold on. Nope. Try that again. Hold on. Nope. Yep. Let me try that again. Okay. Well, my Stream Deck has stopped working. Great! What the fuck? Why isn't my Stream Deck working? What the... Well, my Stream Deck stopped working as well, so good! Love it! Fantastic! It looks like it tried to be a Dune buggy but failed horribly. Yeah, it kind of did. Oh, yeah, it is also Volkswagen, so they probably looked at the love that people had for the Dune buggies back in the day and thought, hey, let's try to get that as well, because apparently this is 2004, which would have been right around the time when they started the retro revolution, and they would have had like the Volkswagen Beetle, and they probably went, well, if we're also doing the Beetle, the Volkswagen buggies were also quite popular, so let's do that. Anyway, it's disagreeing with you? Yeah, apparently. I don't know what's happened. Can we... What if I do something? Can I change things? Okay, good. Now if I hit camera. You're a shit. Fuck you. Hold on. I'm gonna try to unplug it and replug it in. But I have to find where it's plugged in. Okay, it's that one. I unplugged it and went to immediately replug it in. And it took way more effort than what it should have to plug it in. Okay. Because it's got a whole lot of things set and not just one thing set. That's why I like, okay, well, it's not loading up now. Is it broken? No, this cost me so much money. Oh, the app's not open. Okay, well, if we open up the Stream Deck... Hey, look at that! Okay. Are we Audi 5000? Thank you, everyone, for being here. Goodbye. Thank God that worked, otherwise that would have been completely awkward. Holy shit.